We'll welcome public comment on the item listed for closed session. City Attorney Logue?
Thank you and good evening. This is Jennifer Logue, City Attorney. There is one item on this evening's closed session agenda. Item 2.1 is a conference with legal counsel regarding one item of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Thank you. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the closed session item listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a speaker card to the city clerk. We will take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I see no speakers. Do we see any speakers online? Nobody has their hand raised? Okay, so we have no virtual speakers. So with that, I will close the public comment, and the council will now recess to the Plaza Conference Room for closed session and return to the council chambers at the close to continue with the regular meeting. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of the Mountain View City Council to order. I'd like to welcome you to the joint meeting of the Mountain View City Council and the Shoreline Regional Park Community for February 27th, 2024. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. Well, welcome everybody. I appreciate you coming. And now let's have a roll call.
Councilmember Abe-Koga? Here. Councilmember Hicks? Here. Councilmember Kamei?
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Ramos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Matichak?
Here.
Mayor Showalter?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. All right. Well, in recent weeks, several of our neighboring elected decision-making bodies have been subjected to disruptive, racist verbal attacks by anonymous callers during virtual public comments. The City of Mountain View is fully committed to racial, religious, and cultural equity and justice as we strive to create a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community for all. The Council welcomes respectful and non-threatening public comments regarding matters over which the Council has jurisdiction. Comments deemed otherwise pursuant to the Code of Conduct and the Government Code may be grounds for terminating a speaker's comment, period. So with that, I will move on to Item 4, which is the consent calendar. These items may be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. If you would like to speak on this item or the next item, oral communications on non-agenda items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. I would like to pull item 4.5, and I also just want to register a vote of abstain on 4.8. I was not at the meeting where that was discussed, and so I would just like to abstain from voting on that one.
Okay, you're going to abstain from which?
4.8.
4.8. All right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not connecting to the internet, but for my agenda. But 4.6 is also an art-related one, I believe. Do I have the right number?
I think you do.
So I'll pull that one as well.
All right. Now I seem to be seeing people's names on the list. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you. I would like to pull 4.6. No, I'm sorry, 4.8 for a potential addition.
No, 4.6.
And Hicks, okay. And I would just like to comment on a few. 4.5 and 4.6 have to do with public art for Evelyn Park and Ringsdorf Park. And I want to thank the staff and the Visual Arts Committee for working on this. I'd also like to bring up 4.3. This is an application for receiving pro-housing incentive program funds. And we're only eligible for these because we've been designated as a pro-housing community. So it's very exciting that we get to apply for this $840,000 grant, and hopefully we will get it. So with that, should we have public comment on the, let's have public comment on the consent calendar, please. So if anyone would like to speak, please come forward. Any members of the public? Mr. Cupp, welcome.
Hello, thank you. So I'm a member of the Visual Arts Committee, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the committee. These are my own opinions. So for this particular park, the committee had kind of the normal operation when selecting an artist, which was, putting out a call for artists, having those artists submit their proposals, and then we choose the best one. The price is $30,000, I believe, for this particular sculpture. So we chose what we believed was the best artist. And then, after the fact, city staff just looked at the sculpture that the committee had picked and decided, oh, that's too tall. You need a building permit, so it's going to cost you like a few thousand extra dollars. I forget the exact amount, but it just is not conducive to a good public art program to hit these artists with surprise fees after the fact. And actually got a call from someone from Looking Up Arts Foundation, which is a San Francisco nonprofit, which submitted the proposal. And they were kind of on the fence on whether or not they're going to be able to proceed and actually build this thing, because that's eating up their entire profit margin. So I think if we're going to charge artists permit fees, we need to tell them upfront and the exact cost, so they can factor that into the design, the materials, et cetera. And even better than that would be just not charging artists at all for permits when the city is hiring them to build on city property. That would be my preference. But yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, and I see we have 2 virtual speakers. Bruce England?
Is it my time or is it Bruce's right now?
It's Bruce's time. Is he available?
Well, you unmuted me, but I think you called on Bruce.
There you go. Thank you, Chris, for calling that out. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. Yeah, I have quick comments on 4 of the consent calendar items. First one is 4.4, northbound Shoreline Boulevard and 101 off ramp realignment. Just an interest in making sure that there's protective infrastructure and barriers for bicyclists that are using that area. I know this is a professional services agreement item, but nonetheless, just bringing it up for consideration and highlighting that. For 4.5, the public art for Evelyn Park, concerns about LED lighting on that sculpture. I understand that it can be put on a timer so that it wouldn't light up at night, but the staff report doesn't say that it absolutely would not be on at night. So I would like to see that be a requirement, that those lights not be on, certainly at night, and that the color temperature should be adjusted in any case to be pollinator friendly. 4.7, for the Investment Review Committee, an interest in not seeing city investments in anything that has to do with military spending for entities that aren't using military equipment responsibly, if such a thing is even possible. And the legislative platform for 8, just a reminder that MVCSP wrote a comment letter that we put a lot of effort into. There were other things we would have liked to put in there, but we needed to keep the letter short. So just a reminder that we did weigh in on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, can you call the next speaker?
Chris Perry.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris Perry, Mountain View resident. I'm commenting on item 4.4. I took a look at the council report, and specifically, my concern was a safety issue on the way this intersection is being designed at La Avenida. The bike lanes are unprotected in this draft, with no physical divider between to separate the bikes and the cars. I say this as a cyclist who's been hit by a car doing, a fast left turn and veering outside of its line. It seems to me to be a somewhat dangerous situation if you have cars coming off the freeway here on 101. A lot of these cars are going to be driving rapidly when they make the left or right-hand turn onto Avenida. It would be great to have some sort of protective divider between the bike lane and the motorist to give some additional safety for the bicyclist. I think having a visual protective divider would also have a traffic calming effect to encourage drivers to slow down when they're making that turn. And that would also, then any kind of traffic calming obviously would have safety benefits for both bikes and pedestrians in that area. So I would ask the city to reconsider the unprotected bike lanes and to make those protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Ranid Bryant?
Yes, thank you. I would like to comment on item 4.5. And Bruce has already commented on the concern about dark skies. But beyond that, Evelyn Park will be a really small park, like less than 3/4 of an acre. It's surrounded by buildings on 3 sides and bordered by 4 lanes of traffic on Evelyn, the Caltrain line, the light rail, and then Central Expressway. And the new park is intended to serve as a natural green space, a place where neighbors meet, where people can enjoy nature in peace. And I don't think that is a place where we need LED lights. I think it's a place where we can enjoy nature directly rather than have it mediated by technology. So I would very much appreciate if you could direct staff to just drop the LED light component. We can have that in other settings, but not in a park. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that seems to be all of our speakers under the consent item. So I'm going to bring it back to council, and we have 2 items that have been pulled. So first, Council Member Hicks, would you like to? You want to vote on the balance? Well, okay.
Yeah, we should.
Let's do that. Sorry. I'm new to this, being a mayor again. So let's vote on the balance. Can we have a motion and a second, and there's something that has to be read. So, Ellen?
Great. I'll move the balance of the consent calendar, which includes item 4.1, adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, amending City Council Policy B5 to change the title of the policy to Claims and Litigation, clarify authority to resolve claims and litigation, and update procedures for handling liability claims to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing temporary closure of parking lot 12 from 7:30 a.m. through 2:30 p.m. on Sunday, March 3rd, 10th, and 17th, 2024 for the use of the California Farmers Market Association, and authorizing the city manager or designee to amend the license agreement with the California Farmers Markets Association to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to submit an application for an award of pro-housing incentive program funds in an amount not to exceed $870,000 and to execute and deliver on behalf of the city and any and all documents necessary to receive an award of pro-housing incentive program funds to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.7, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending City Council Policy B2, investment policy, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. So I think it's time to vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Now we go to the 2 items that have been pulled, item 4.6 and 4.8. Councilmember? And 4.5. Oh, you pulled that too, Lisa? Okay. Vice Mayor Matichak?
Thank you. Yeah, so we did hear public comment on 4.5, but I also wanted to pull that for a couple reasons. One, it came to my attention that we do require the artist to pay for the permit. And it sounds like, at least in this case, that is a barrier for this artist. I actually wasn't aware that we did that. So I guess I'd like to see if we could potentially take a look at that policy and see if it's one that makes sense. I think Ms. Cameron has a comment on this.
Yes, thank you for the question. And Dawn Cameron, Acting Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director. So it is accurate that when we do the call for artists, and you will find it in your attachment too, it does clearly state that the budget for the artist needs to include all the fees and expenses involved with the production and installation of the art, and it does list permit fees. I do want to clarify the record, though, on what those fees may look like, and I did check with the building department today on that. So a building permit is required in this case because the installation will be 10 to 25 feet high. So it's the building department's responsibility to ensure what goes in place is structurally sound. And so they do a plan check on the design for it to ensure that it's going to be installed in a way that's structurally sound, and then they do conduct a couple inspections. The building permit fee is based upon the value or the cost of the installation labor and materials. It does not include the cost to the artist to fabricate the art, nor the materials for the art itself, nor for the artist's time, whatever money the artist receives for this. So based upon a rough idea of what portion of the $30,000 budget might go towards installation, the rough estimate is the building permit fee could be between $250 and $400. It's not a building permit fee that's going to cost in the thousands.
Thank you. Appreciate that additional information. And the other comment I had about this piece of art, it is tall, and I thought the butterflies were incredibly attractive. But I was also thinking, how would I experience this art if I was in the park? And I was thinking, gosh, I think I'm going to only see mostly the undersides of the butterflies because they're much taller than me. I wouldn't see the tops of the butterflies unless I was further away, but I don't think we get a lot of foot traffic by this park. But the people in the buildings would see the tops of the butterflies. But I would prefer that the people in the park enjoyed it. And so for me, it was kind of a disconnect between the art and the people that I want to enjoy the art. And those are the people using the park. So, and we've heard concern about the LEDs. I actually think the LED lights can be addressed. But if I'm in the park, I think I'd prefer to see the actual tops of the butterflies. So I don't know, I think I'd kind of like to refer this back to the VAC to take another look at this and see if there's another option or changes that the artist might be open to so that people in the park also enjoy the tops of the butterflies. Not that I'm an expert on art. Don't know if anybody thought about that when they looked at this.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I would agree that we could send it back to the VAC. I actually have had a conversation with a VAC member, and they told me that, well, there's room for more discussion. They said that it was picked among a number. It was the only one that was really outstanding to them, that nobody on the committee really wanted to look at another proposal. And they thought the height was really, the person I talked to, it was only one person, that the height was really good for the size of the building. They say that they've had some problems in the past with not looking at the context of the buildings and the park and the site, and they thought that this time the size of it was good for the size. The buildings are quite tall. But the other comment that's been made a bunch of times by a number of people since then is the nature of the LEDs in our upcoming dark skies ordinance. So I think we could go back. I think that the VAC could go back and talk about all of those things and just come back with, you know, maybe as the other public speaker has mentioned, no LEDs, or maybe some, if they thought it was really an integral part for people standing underneath it, for example. I think there's a lot of room for discussion, and that we should probably refer it back.
Yeah, I think the height is good because I can think of the park you're talking about. And this would help it stand out, which is what we want the art to do. And so I don't have an issue with the height. It's, you know, if you're in the park, what do you see? And if the LEDs can be addressed as part of that,
Yeah,
all the better.
I think there's room for one more pass at it.
Yeah. So I guess I'd like to refer it back to the VAC. In terms of the permit, you know, maybe it's because we haven't had any art that has required a permit before that I wasn't aware of this. But I guess I sort of have mixed feelings about it. I understand, you know, it's the different departments have to get involved, and so there is a cost to the city. But I guess I'm kind of hoping that we could absorb that cost, given that we're commissioning the art. And so I don't know what we need to do to take another look at that policy. I see the city attorney might have something to say about this.
Well, I'm just saying I'd like to be involved in looking at that. There might be a legal prohibition against waiving the fee, especially if it's a cost recovery fee. We're going to have to look at that. So I think we can look into it, but I just wanted to at least alert you that there might be a legal challenge to waiving it.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. How would we go about looking at this? Would we refer it to the CPPC, or would it just come back to council, or how should we approach this?
Thank you, if I may. One, I do want to mention that we have had art in the past that required building permits. It's not frequent, but it has occurred. It's not formally a policy that the council's adopted. It's more built into our standard contract template and our call for artists, the expectation that the artist's budget will cover all costs related to the art. So it is something that could be, you know, council could direct staff to say that from now on they want the project to cover the project fees, and that deals with the cost recovery, because I will say that we as a city do projects that we need a building permit for, and therefore the project CIP budget pays the building department to cover those building permit fees, and that's how everything's made whole. So if that's a determination council wants to make, is that the project itself covers building permit fees, that's a direction that could be given.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you bringing this up, Councilmember Matichak, and if you make a motion, I will second it. One, to refer the proposal back to the VAC for some additional design consideration, and also, I guess, a secondary component of that is to have staff evaluate what changes may be necessary to allow the city to absorb the cost recovery part. I agree with you. I think it's maybe a trivial cost for the city, but it could be a pretty significant cost to have the artist bear, and it makes working in the city of Mountain View a little bit less attractive. And so I think it's worthy of investigation. It may not kill this particular project, but if there is a way to go back and maybe adjust the budget to, if it's only a couple $100, I think the city probably can afford that pretty easily. So I'll wait for your motion before I second it.
Well, I'll make the motion unless there's any other comments. That we refer the chosen art back to the VAC to take a look at a couple things, the LEDs, as well as what somebody in the park would actually experience on the underside of the butterflies. And second, to have staff take a look at the cost of the building permit when it comes to city commissioned art, and come back to us with a recommendation on that.
Councilmember Hicks.
And I just want to be clear, you're also going to have them consider how it interacts with our potential or upcoming dark skies ordinance. Was that part of what you said?
LEDs.
The LEDs. Okay, great. Then I will support it.
All right. Do we have any more discussion on the motion? And let's have a vote. That passes unanimously. All right. So I think the you pulled pulled two, didn't you?
Comment on 4.8.
And you already did that. Okay. So I think the next person in line was Councilmember Hicks with 4.6.
So 4.6 is another, it's a public art approval for Renksdorf Park maintenance and tennis buildings replacement. And it's murals by artists Fernanda Martinez and Harumo Sato. And I just, in talking to people from the VAC, there was, I guess there was review by various community members for this one. And the person I talked to just had a concern that Fernanda Martinez normally does kind of abstracted plants. And she was a little afraid that maybe the direction to do people would be outside of her wheelhouse. So I just wanted to give her a little leeway to do, she could do what she was directed to do or do whatever would work out best. I don't want to kind of force her hand to do. So I just wanted to modify that one thing to allow her, if she finds that what she was directed to do is not in her wheelhouse, that she do something a little more similar to what she originally submitted. That was the only comment or change I wanted to make. And otherwise, go with the recommendation.
Okay, so is that a motion?
That is a motion.
All right. So you need to move, and do we have a seconder? All right. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, it's time to vote. Okay. 6 yeses and 1 abstention. All right. So Councilmember Abe-Koga, I think that brings us to you. You pulled 4.8, is that correct?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. This is related to, it's on page 5 of the staff report, category C, housing and community development. I had a constituent ask if we could consider looking at legislation, maybe even introducing legislation or sponsoring that would limit the liability for, or actually waive the liability for landowners who allow temporary or emergency shelters or safe parking on their vacant property. And it would be like the Good Samaritan law, where if you're helping someone to resuscitate in an emergency and something happens to the person, you're not liable for those injuries. So I was hoping to, I guess, ask the city attorney perhaps, or I guess our PPG representatives if they could explore research legislation. I know we're probably too late for this session, but maybe for a future session, looking at sponsoring legislation if there isn't one like that already.
Thank you, Councilmember Abe-Koga. So I believe we can consult with our legislative firm and find out if there would be any legislative issues or legal issues with waiving liability and what that might do to either the city or whoever the landowner is there. And we can certainly explore that and have staff and the firm look into that.
Does that need to be a motion, or is it?
I believe you should make a motion to include it in the platform to explore.
Okay. So I hope I can get support on that. I will make the motion to include under item C1 the safe parking liability release issue.
Adopting the rest of the platform.
And yes, and then the motion includes adopting the rest of the platform.
Great. All right. I think that's an excellent idea. I'm going to support that. Are there any more comments about this?
No, it's a great idea.
It's a great idea. Okay. I think we're ready to vote. Okay. We have 6 yeses and 1 abstention. All right, so that brings us to the end of our consent calendar items, and we move on to item 5, oral communications. So this portion of the meeting is reserved for people wishing to address the council on any matter that is not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic within the council's subject matter jurisdiction for up to 1.5 minutes. How many people would like to speak tonight? 2 minutes. During this section, state law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you would like to speak on an item or on the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. And if any member of the public joining us virtually would like to speak, please push the raise hand button in Zoom. Okay, so we will take the in-person commenters first. So please come up. I have Mike Meredith first. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Mike Meredith, and I live in a small condo association. Yeah? Oh, not here? Yeah. Okay. Oh, now you hear me. Yeah, I'd like to say I live in a small condo association on Del Medio Avenue, and about 6 months ago, members of the association removed what I knew to be, and they knew to be, a heritage tree without a permit from the city, and without proper notice of any members of the HOA. So I've communicated this to the city and didn't get a response initially, but after I sent pretty overwhelming photographic evidence of what had happened, I did hear at the first of the year from the newly appointed urban forest supervisor, Russell Hansen, only to learn that he did not feel at that point that he had the means to issue a citation, and that the staff at the city attorney's office essentially questioned his authority to give a citation. So I'm here to say that I feel very strongly that Mr. Hansen's bright and enthusiastic, and I believe that given the opportunity, he'll have a positive impact through the 30,000 trees he has in front of him. And I hope the city will support him in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva Tang. And then Sebastian Bribois. Welcome.
Oh, hello. Good evening, Council. My name is Eva Tang. I live in Old Mountain View. Tonight, I'm calling for a revision of the city statement that was recently released to include an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I would like to thank city staff and whoever was involved in working on it in their time and their hard work, but I also believe in trying to appease everyone. You have pleased no one. There are 300,000 people in northern Gaza that are starving because, as CNN has reported, Israeli forces have been firing at humanitarian aid trucks in central Gaza so they cannot reach the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Michael Fakhri, the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to food, told The Guardian, "There is no reason to intentionally block the passage of humanitarian aid or intentionally obliterate small-scale fishing vessels, greenhouses, and orchards in Gaza other than to deny people access to food. Intentionally depriving people of food is clearly a war crime. In my view, as a UN human rights expert, this is now a situation of genocide. This means the state of Israel in its entirety is culpable and should be held accountable, not just individuals or this government." I believe the city statement is akin to telling everyone that both sides need to come together and sing Kumbaya. So you need a little more teeth in this statement. Locally, you could also heavily tax companies based in Mountain View who profit from this war. I can think of one big one, Google, for example. So once again, I am calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. It is the right thing to do, and I know that that's not easy to do, because if it were easy, it wouldn't be necessary. Thank you.
Sebastian Bribois?
Hi. Yeah, my name is Sebastian Brisbois, and yeah, now I'm close enough. Yeah, so I'm here. I'm a resident here in Old Mountain View, and I'm here, like the previous speaker, to request that the city supports a permanent and like immediate ceasefire in Gaza. And I do acknowledge, the city put out a statement related to this topic. And yeah, it's good to see that. But I do think it's missing the word ceasefire. And yeah, there's the starvation, the killing that's going on in Gaza is just horrible. I know we're all the way over here. I'm in a city government, not like talking to the national government, but I really think our national government has failed us, and that's why I'm here. We need to put more pressure on them to do the right thing. And yeah, we're not the government carrying out the actions in Gaza, but we do fund them. All of our tax money here, in part, does fund what's going on. And so I do think we can add to the voices calling for doing the correct thing and having a ceasefire to save lives. So I recently read an article from the New York Times about, aid being dropped by air from, I think it was 3 Jordanian planes and 1 French plane. So that's how bad the situation is, because that's a pretty ineffective way, rather than trucks, to be giving aid. So it's that important and that bad of a situation there. So yeah, and locally, like last meeting I was here and I heard from a Palestinian resident here in Mountain View who mentioned they have family there killed. So this does directly relate to the residents here. So thank you. Please consider that.
Thank you. Pei-Ying Lee and then H.P. Peterson.
Hi, Council. I'm here today again to ask that Mountain View calls for ceasefire. We in Mountain View are joining communities around the Bay Area, around the world, and calling for an immediate ceasefire. I really want to speak to the urgency of the situation. There's really no way to allow free flow, safe flow of humanitarian aid right now without stopping attacks, bombs, ground invasion. So just today, the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs says humanitarian aid organizations are being systematically denied access to North and South Gaza. Gaza's health ministry says children are dying due to dehydration and escalating famine that could kill thousands in days if more aid does not enter the Gaza Strip. I'm going to share an excerpt from a resignation letter by a UN human rights official who had worked in Gaza and Palestine. I worked in the halls through the genocides against the Tutsis, Bosnians, Muslims, the Yazidi, and the Rohingya. In each case, when the dust settled on the horrors that had been perpetrated against defenseless civilian populations, it became painfully clear that we had failed in our duty to meet the imperatives of prevention of mass atrocities, protection of the vulnerable, and accountability for perpetrators. So it has been with successive waves of murder and persecution against the Palestinians throughout the entire life of the UN. He tells the High Commissioner of the United Nations that we're failing again. In his letter, he talks more about how we must step up, why we must continue to speak up for a ceasefire, and what we must do literally in the coming days. I do want to acknowledge and share my appreciation for the city statement, so thank you so much to the staff and council for being a part of that process, because we have a shared understanding that what we're witnessing in Gaza today is not business as usual. We are telling our community members that we're making a stand with this testament for the call for ceasefire.
Thank you.
My name is Hannah Peterson, and I'm a lifelong resident of Mountain View. First, I would like to thank you for your statement about Gaza, and I'm hoping that is a sign that you are willing to work with us moving forward. I would like to encourage y'all to make it the first statement and not the last about this issue. The words that were missing from the statement were ceasefire now. Your statement reads as trying to maintain neutrality. You cannot stay neutral on a moving train, and likewise, you cannot be neutral in situations of injustice, or else you choose the side of the oppressor. What is happening in Gaza right now is a genocide. A genocide is not the time to maintain neutrality. You cannot view the actions that have been taken in a vacuum. This is just one part of the oppression of the Palestinian people over the last century. The situation is urgent. The people in Gaza need aid, and they need it now. Mountain View has called itself a city of human rights. Talk is cheap. We must fight for human rights if we proclaim ourselves to be fighting for them. If you do not take action to support the Palestinian people during this genocide, the whole world will know that our words were empty. I fear that you do not view this issue as a local issue. This is a local issue. It is a local issue because we have Palestinian neighbors. It is a local issue because local companies like Google are complicit at best in this genocide. It is a local issue because this is where I can be heard. I cannot be heard in Washington, but I can be heard here. It is a local issue because I cannot be worried about potholes and taxes when families are being bombed and shot and displaced and starved with malice and intent. It is a local issue because your constituents are telling you that it is, and it is your job to represent us. It is your job to represent the people here tonight and the larger community that we are a part of. I urge you to call for a ceasefire now, and we will not stop, I will not stop coming to you and begging for you to do what is right. Thank you. Ceasefire now. Free Palestine.
Thank you. Ian Loeb and Margaret Oliveria Barton. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ilan. I'm a previous Mountain View resident, and I'm here to support a ceasefire resolution. I'm a Jew. I've lived in Israel, Palestine, and I have loved ones who are currently there. It is not anti-Semitic to critique Israel. I want to just say that as a Jew right here. My Jewish values are why I'm here, not secondary. I'm not here to spite the fact that I'm a Jew. I'm here because I am a Jew, and this is genocide. This is not a war. People are crammed into a tiny area with bombs dropping. People are starving. Israel is blocking aid. Never again is now. California can lead the way. Mountain View can lead the way. Every little bit counts, even if you're thinking, this isn't my place to speak up on this. Yes, it is. Your constituents are asking for it. And I always think to myself, you know, as a Jew, I'm here with my ancestors at my back because I know that this is what they would want, that this is the right thing to do, to say never again, no more genocide. And I'm also here for future generations. So each and every one of you, I want you to think, and I want you to imagine your grandchildren looking at you and asking you, when you had an opportunity to speak out against this genocide, what did you do? What are you going to say? Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. And then Clara Jessup.
Hello, my name is Margaret, and I am a current resident of Mountain View. I'm standing before you today to urge you to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I acknowledge that the city of Mountain View made a statement about Gaza, and I appreciate that. However, more is needed. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza is unprecedented and worsening with each day. I've been reaching out to leadership in the federal government and have yet to see a response. They are complicit in this genocide, and right now we need leaders at all levels to speak up for Palestine. Palestinians have been displaced, are starving, and being killed. Gazans were forcibly displaced to Rafah, the southernmost area of Gaza, and told it was a safe zone. Now Israel has told them to evacuate because they plan to bomb Rafah. There are no safe zones left in Gaza. There is nowhere for the Palestinians to go, and humanitarian aid has been insufficient when it's able to get in at all. Again, I'm here asking all of you and Mountain View to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Clara Jessup? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Clara Jessup, and I'm a Mountain View resident. I'm here once again asking for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. I appreciate the statement Mountain View released last week. However, I request that the statement be revised in order to accurately reflect the severity of the current humanitarian crisis in Gaza. While the statement mentions that the city does not take positions on matters related to U.S. foreign policy, I would like to express that this is a local issue. Since its inception, Israel has been the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. foreign aid. Currently, the U.S. provides $3.8 billion to Israel annually, and of that, it is estimated that over $1.2 million of those dollars come from Mountain View taxes. Our economy is globally connected, and we are home to large corporations such as Google, who signed a $1.22 billion contract, Project Nimbus, in 2021 to provide cloud technology to the Israeli government and military. Furthermore, this is an environmental crisis. It is estimated that within just the first 60 days, the carbon emissions released were greater than what 20 individual countries emit annually. Many of these emissions came from U.S. supply flights and bombs. Carbon emissions have grown significantly, given we are now on day 143. I urge you not to distance yourselves from Gaza. We are all intimately connected and responsible for the ongoing death and destruction. It is on all of us to do everything in our power to stop this. Bombs will not bring peace. We need an immediate and permanent ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan, and then Alex Brown.
Hello, thank you. Please make a ceasefire resolution in the city of Mountain View. Start learning meticulously about Palestine with local protesters, journalists, Palestinian families, Israeli citizens, Al Jazeera, Amy Goodman, as well as doctors, lawyers, and local medical personnel. Eliminate the fabrications of the IDF propaganda, as 40,000 people have died in Gaza on the 145th day. AIPAC and Israel propaganda machine continues to kill families in Gaza. CNN, NBC, MSNBC, and many news outlets are eliminating the word Palestine from the last words of U.S. Air Force personnel's Aaron Bushnell. Al Jazeera and other humanitarian news journalists will stand by Aaron Bushnell's devastating acts of heroism, while the AIPAC media anticipates mocking his existence. AIPAC silences and kills the people of Palestine, and we are not slaves of the Zionist regime. Please include a strong standing ceasefire resolution. It is extremely heartbreaking to bear witness to the atrocities and abusive punishment led by the IDF. AIPAC continues to censor us and the whistleblowers of history, and truth are blacklisted from society. Thank you. Ceasefire now, free Palestine.
Alex Brown, and then Farah. and then Tim McKenzie.
Hi, friends. All right, I'll leave most of the substantive stuff to my friends in the crowd. I just want to say the message about Gaza and Israel thing, we can do better. The language in it was very weak. It is not very. It doesn't make firm stances. We as a city can take a stance. We can say this is what we believe. This is what we want. We don't have to hedge. We don't have to be non-committal or kind of add the language that doesn't actually do anything or call for anything significant. We can do better. It's unfortunate that it mirrors a lot of the stuff we've seen in staff reports of allows for or investigate. Come on, there's a genocide happening. We can say we want this. What we want as a city, what we want as a people. Which side are we on? Do you want to support the people who are bombing or the people who are being bombed? That's, I think, a thing that we can say clearly, but we should say it clearly as a city, as Mountain View. If we publish something, it should take a firm stance. And it was disappointing, because I know we can do better. I've seen it. Not often, but more often. Let's do better. Yeah? Maybe? All right, thanks.
Farah, then Tim McKenzie, and then Hala.
Hello, my name is Farah. I'm a resident of Mountain View. I am also a pediatrician working with kids and serving my community. I am Palestinian American, and I come from generations of Palestinians born on the land of Palestine. I'm the first generation in my family to not be born there. So although I've never lived in Palestine, but it has lived in me since ever. So I am here to ask our city to call for an immediate and a permanent ceasefire. It is urgent. It is only the first step towards a just future for Palestinians and everyone. As Nelson Mandela has said, we know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. We can and must do better. We must join the 153 nations that have already called for a ceasefire. And we know now more than ever that it's becoming clearer, standing alongside people from every faith, that this was never about religion. This is colonialism, this is occupation, and now it is genocide. We are witnessing continuous killing of families, men, women, children. They're not starving, they're being starved. This morning I woke up to the news of a mother holding her 2-year-old dead son because they've had bread made up of animal food and resulted in poisoning, and the child is dead. Older siblings were able to vomit and did not die, but can you imagine? Think about not the dead children only, but also about the 17,000 children unaccompanied. Think about all the children without limbs, orphaned, living without housing, without food, without water, without electricity. Just think about how our decisions are impacting their lives on a daily basis, minute by minute. Let's do better. Let's call for a ceasefire and free Palestine.
Thank you. Kim McKenzie.
Hello all, I'm Tim, he, him pronouns, Montaloma neighborhood. I'm also here to speak about calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. On the statement from the city, was a little disappointment in the structure. The second paragraph, it starts with Hamas murdered. There's active language, and then it follows up with the tragic loss of life of Palestinian citizens, as if there's just some natural disaster that's occurring, or like a hurricane, that it's not specific decisions, policy decisions made by actual individual human beings. There is action being taken. That's not reflected in the statement. I will say I'm actually really appreciative of the statement. At the last meeting, there was discussion of maybe having a proclamation against hate. I like the specificity about the conflict, but I would like it to be stronger. Just on the topic of hate, I want to look at the words of the people making these decisions. Back in the fall, Netanyahu made a comment about the Amaleks, like treating the Palestinians like the Amaleks, which I didn't know about, but my partner did know because in her bat mitzvah, she read that scripture passage. It was eliminate all of the people, the men, the women, the children, the livestock, blot them out from under the sun. Other high-level Israeli officials have called Palestinians human animals. There's clear dehumanization and hatred that's present. And it's an ongoing genocide that we are fueling with our tax dollars, with sending money and weapons over there. And as other people have mentioned, local companies that are providing the tools that is allowing this to happen. This isn't happening elsewhere. It is also present and important here. I hope that we can call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Hala, this is Al-Shawani.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, city staff. My name is Hala Al-Shawani. I'm a longtime resident of Mountain View. I am here to add my voice to all the previous commentators about adding a stronger language to the statement that the city released regarding the Gaza-Israeli conflict. I really appreciate the city's effort in really bringing, the human element to this subject. It's a human right issue. It's not a religious issue. I'm not a religious person, but to me, this is a very important issue to make a stand on. In the statement, there was this language that said cessation of hostilities, that the city supports the cessation of hostilities that impede a just and enduring peace, which allows the Israelis and the Palestinians to live side by side. So that statement is good, but it's not good enough, really. In the circumstances, as you heard from all the other folks, I urge you to update the statement to call for immediate, lasting ceasefire. A peaceful and just solution is the only way to move forward on this topic, to end the hostilities that have been going on and the injustice that has been going on for a long time. If that statement can be updated so that it's a strong statement, it would really mean that we as a city really care about human rights, as I've always known the city to do, and I'm so proud to be a Mountain View resident because I know we always stand for the right thing. So I really urge you to do that, to update the statement and ask for an immediate and lasting ceasefire, because the casualties are climbing. 28,000 and counting, women and children mainly, that are falling for these horrible actions. So
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move to our virtual visitors. The first one is Hiba. And after that, we have Aiden Chen. Hiba, go ahead. The timer should say 2 minutes, not 3.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Hiba Mustafa. I've been a resident of Mountain View for the last 10 years. I'm here to urge City Council to call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. This is more than just a Middle East issue. Injustice anywhere affects humanity everywhere. And it's our job to be more than just bystanders and stand up for the people suffering under genocide. Aaron Bushnell's sacrifice is a direct result of silence in the face of genocide. I acknowledge the public statement you published about Gaza, but we can and should do more. I'm here to urge you to join the likes of San Francisco, Oakland, and Richmond and call for an immediate, permanent ceasefire. For everyone who's listening today, I do want to remind you that this is an election year. This is the chance we have to vote for people whose morals cannot be bought. And please remember to vote for people like Barbara Lee, Ahmed Mustafa, and Sally Lieber, people who can stand up for humanity and morality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Aiden Chen. And then after that, Nah Alilu. Ayalu. Mr. Chen, are you there?
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Good evening, Mountain View City Council. My name is Aiden. I am a junior at Saratoga High School, and I am here as part of my school's Environmental Action Club to urge against the continued use of artificial turf in your city. Artificial turf has numerous issues, among which toxicity and heat are some of the largest. All artificial turf contains PFAS, also known as forever chemicals, whether that is because of manufacturing processes or purposeful additions to give the plastic special properties. PFAS also have a lot of terrible impacts on health, including but not limited to increased risk of cancer, autoimmune diseases, and organ damage. With rain, the PFAS and plastic flow in troves into waterways where they poison wildlife and people. In fact, an NIH study finds that nearly all Americans, 97% of them, have had exposure to PFAS. Artificial turf also has severe heat issues, rising to temperatures around 120 degrees Fahrenheit on average and 160 degrees Fahrenheit on warmer days, significantly higher than natural grass, which is around 40 degrees cooler on average and has highs 70 degrees cooler. These extreme temperatures are easily capable of causing heat illnesses such as heat stroke and heat exhaustion. Just look to the example of UC Davis canceling commencements because of attendees passing out while standing on the turf field. An ordinance fully banning artificial turf on public and private property, which you have the authority to do now because of the newly passed SB 676, would be the best for the people living in your city, both users and non-users of fields, and for the environment. If not an ordinance, please at least consider a moratorium while you study the issue further. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Na Alalu?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Naomi Yalu, and I'm calling in to ask the City of Mountain View Council for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. After 5 months into Israel's bombardment of Gaza, the unprecedented humanitarian crisis continues unabated, with close to 30,000 Palestinians killed. The very same conflict that the UNICEF called a war on children, taking the lives of at least 12,300 kids. A number that does not reflect the many other children who were left permanently injured and alone. All of this funded by over $3.8 billion of our taxpayer money being sent to Israel as Gazans continue to be concentrated in Rafah, slowly dying to the lack of access to humanitarian aid with nowhere else to go. According to researchers in UK, there will be at least 4,300 additional deaths of Gazans that will occur even if an immediate ceasefire happened today. However, without an immediate ceasefire or even a further escalation in ongoing epidemics, the number of excess deaths is projected to grow to be between 58,000 and 75,000 deaths in a matter of months. So, once again, I urgently ask the City of Mountain View to join the growing number of U.S. cities in favor of an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We can't afford to look away or wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Kyan Sauer. And then after that, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, Mountain View City Council. I hope you're doing well. I'm a junior at Saratoga High School, and I'm here as part of my school's Environmental Action Club to shed light on the issues regarding artificial turf in Mountain View. I believe the counties should switch from artificial grass to real grass alternatives despite the increasing costs because synthetic turf presents a danger to the community. From personal experience, I have noticed that synthetic turf can become extremely hot. Whenever I've had to play soccer on artificial grass, it has consistently been a pain to exercise on, and it has always been a factor that takes me out of enjoying and exercising and playing sports. According to the SafeHealthyPlayingFields.org, turf that has been exposed to sun for an extended amount of time can reach temperatures from 100 to 120 to 180 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know anybody who would willingly touch a hot frying pan, so why should athletes be forced to play on artificial grass in extreme weather? Turf can melt the sole pleats of cleats and footwear, can cause blisters on hands and feet, increase dehydration levels, and trigger heat stroke. I have personally dealt with this superheating over my years of playing soccer, and most athletes I have talked to share similar experiences. Combined with overheating, artificial turf contains known carcinogens, neurotoxins, mutagens, and endocrine disruptors, according to the National Library of Public Medicine. An ordinance fully banning artificial turf on public and private property, which you have the authority to do now because of the newly passed SB 676, would be the best for people living in your city, both users and non-users of fields. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Neha.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Neha, and I too am a fellow junior at Saratoga High School and part of the Environmental Action Club. I'm here to talk about introducing a moratorium over artificial turf, or better yet, an ordinance. PFAS are found in all samples of artificial turf. PFAS, commonly known as forever chemicals, are resistant to breaking down. And according to the Santa Clara County Medical Association, PFAS bioaccumulates in the food chain and has contaminated water supplies throughout the nation. Some health risks include endocrine disruption, metabolic effects, and more. In the process of making turf, the tire brits that are ingrained in the turf expose workers in the tire industry to 50 toxic chemicals. These tires and their chemicals can also cause numerous health effects and various types of cancers. Turf absorbs and retains heat, resulting in significantly higher temperatures than the surrounding environment. In Utah, after an athlete suffered from a heat burn from turf, BYU performed a study and found turf temperatures to be 87 degrees hotter than natural grass. These temperatures can cause heat stroke, heat exhaustion, poor athletic performance, and can potentially make these fields unusable under certain weather conditions. Given support of the bill SB 676, we can have cities such as you plan a moratorium or an ordinance, and you can take the same steps that cities like Millbury have to ban artificial turf. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Nabil Fayad.
Dear esteemed City Council members and representatives, my name is Nabil Fayad. I am 14 years old. I'm a student activist, and I'm here on behalf of many student youth activists in the South Bay. I'd like to start off by thanking you for the statement regarding this genocide. Although this is a great first step, I am begging you to call for a ceasefire. As a representative of many youth activists in the South Bay, a large majority of us want a ceasefire. We need a ceasefire. There are zero excuses for supporting Israel's illegal and inhumane bombardment of Gaza. 35,000 people have been murdered by Israel and the IDF. That is too many. As Americans, as a society, and as humanity, it is our duty to denounce the atrocious acts the Israeli government has committed. As we speak, 1.7 million people in Rafah, at the south border of Gaza, are at risk of being annihilated. Israel should be held accountable for its murderous intent in Gaza. Please call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Dashel Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashel Leeds. I'm commenting as an individual and not as a representative for any organization tonight. I'm speaking in support of the Mountain View residents who are encouraging the city to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. I went to high school at St. Francis in Mountain View, and I've spent a lot of time in this city. Mountain View is really important to me, and I recognize the leadership role that Mountain View has in this region. Every voice counts, and the voice of this council is powerful. I hope you listen to the eloquent and passionate statements made by your residents and join them by updating your statement to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Edie Keating.
Hello, thank you. Recently, at the last council meeting, I had not even thought of a proclamation as a way to comment on the situation, or more harshly, the ongoing genocide in Gaza. And you produced a proclamation without delay, and I was thrilled to read it. I found grace and compassion in your statement. To be honest, it made me cry. But I've talked to others and read it again, and I agree that it is lacking urgency. The words ceasefire now say a lot. They don't say the most harsh comments. They don't call anyone out, but it implies so strongly that what is happening in Gaza has gone too far. Stop. It has to stop. Ceasefire now. If these words could be added to a proclamation, to the proclamation, if these words could be in the next proclamation, these are details I trust you to work out, and I think they're worth it. It's hard for people to talk about this issue. I feel like I could have been talking about this issue with friends for years, but I've only talked about the injustice that Gazans live with, or Palestinians live with more broadly, recently. And I have to keep going. I'm a Unitarian Universalist. I read our national statement. It said, yes, we have to speak truth to power, and sometimes we fail. Sometimes we've lacked courage. Have courage. Add the subtle but powerful words, ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker and last speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. Two very different comments, quick comments. One, in support of the comments that have been made about a ceasefire in Gaza, I encourage the city to do everything they can think of, be creative about finding ways that the situation can be addressed even by our city from a, as a local collective voice. Yeah, I think there are just things that can be done, but I just wanted to support those voices that have already spoken. And then on the artificial turf, I don't have anything to add to that. I think people who've already spoken on that spoke very eloquently, and I just want to support that also. I think there's no place for artificial turf in Mountain View, and anything we can do to prevent any further placement of it, we should do what we can to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings our speakers on oral communications to an end. Thanks everyone who came. We listened very carefully to your comments. So now we're going to move on to item 6, new business. And tonight we are going to take up the fiscal year 2023-24 mid-year budget status report and adjustments, fiscal years 2023-25 council work plan, 6-month project updates, and fiscal year preliminary operating fund forecast. So because this is such a kind of a complicated item, we're going to divide this into 2 and for the discussion. So we're going to talk about the budget update and those things initially and go through that. And then we'll probably take a short break given the time, and we will talk about the council work plan because there are significant things to be said on both subjects. So with that, we are joined at the dais with by our Finance and Administrative Service Director, Derek Raponi, and also our Assistant City Manager, Arn Andrews. And Derek will present the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Showalter. Good evening, council members, Vice Mayor Matichak, and the public. As stated earlier, Derek Rampone, your Finance and Administrative Services Director, Arn Andrews, Assistant City Manager with me, and I've also got Grace Sang, the Assistant Finance and Administrative Services Director, who's in the audience and ready to answer any questions available. The item before you tonight, as you stated, is the fiscal year 23-24 mid-year budget status report with adjustments, the fiscal year 23-25 council work plan 6-month project update, and the fiscal year 24-25 preliminary general operating fund forecast. So let's get into it. So an overview, even though as interest rates have skyrocketed, the job market and the household spending have remained remarkably resilient. While the economy strives to maintain some stability, we have seen inflation cooling since its peak 2 summers ago. but it's still hovering around 3%, which is 1% higher than what the Fed's target of 2%. Economists have indicated that the continued elevation of interest rates, which are not expected to decline until the summer, are the biggest threat to tip the economy into a downturn. The uncertainty surrounding the upcoming federal election cycle, the possibility of broadening conflict in Ukraine and the Middle East, and the fact that the state of California is facing nearly a $38 billion deficit adds to the potential for a downturn. While property values remain elevated and high, transaction volume of sales has declined significantly. This results in lower property tax, transfer tax revenue, and lower growth in assessed property tax values. While the city has experienced nearly double-digit growth in prior fiscal years, we're now expecting that growth to be half of what it's been recently and down to about 4%. Unemployment rates nationally and locally actually continue to remain low. 3% is the most recent national rate, while locally is around 3.7% nationally, while locally is around 3%. We are experiencing strong employment numbers even after considering the continued corporate layoffs that we all hear about. However, as more layoffs are announced and implemented, the unemployment figures will change. As discussed previously, remote work has had a negative impact on our sales tax revenue. With less workers coming into the city on a daily basis, local taxable sales suffer, and they fail to reach their full potential. The city has a history of sound fiscal practices, including balancing ongoing expenditures with ongoing revenues. We do not use one-time revenues for ongoing expenditures. One-time revenues are only used for one-time expenditures. Annually, the city manager recommends and the city council adopts a structurally balanced operating budget. Paying down long-term liabilities of the city, including pension liabilities, has been a priority of the city and has resulted in millions in interest savings over the years. Maintaining adequate reserves, not only for emergencies or contingencies, but also for programs that benefit the public, including setting aside funds for future capital costs, has also been a priority of the city. And having staff at all levels with solid financial backgrounds and varying experiences helps ensure execution of the council's financial direction. Just as a reminder of some of the financial recognition the city has received, in 2001, the city was awarded a AAA issuer credit rating by Standard & Poor's, one of the nation's top-ranked independent credit rating agencies. S&P then upgraded the city's credit rating from AA to AAA, the highest credit rating possible, because of a strong local, solid, diversified tax base, the city's low debt burden that it carries, high property values and personal income levels in the area, and the expectation of continued strong financial operations by the city. At that time, Mountain View was actually only one of 3 cities to receive that AAA rating from S&P. And that rating was later reaffirmed in 2014 and has resulted in lower debt costs and savings to the city over the years. There are now currently around 45 cities that receive that AAA rating. I just checked today. I wanted to update that. So more cities are receiving that, but we were one of the first. The city continues to receive the Excellence for Budget Presentation and Financial Reporting on the budget and the annual comprehensive financial report from the Government Finance Officers Association. In addition, the purchasing section has been awarded the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement by the National Purchasing Institute. And all of these awards really show that organizations that demonstrate excellence in their respective fields of budget, reporting, and procurement. The city has really focused on enhancing the financial transparency of the city to the public. As part of this initiative, we actually introduced 2 new items for fiscal year 23-24, the Budget in Brief document and the budget video. These enhancements are just 2 examples how the city's constantly striving to improve how financial information is transmitted to the public and to and through the city council. And there are additional enhancements that are also in the works. Both of these items are available on the city's website on the budget page under the Finance Department. Hard copies of the budget and brief document are available downstairs in the lobby, are currently at the library, and are making their way to the community center and the municipal operations center for the public. So now I'd like to present the budget video real quick so everybody can see that. All right, now we'll get into the economic updates section of tonight's presentation. As discussed previously, there are challenges and uncertainty in regards to the national economy. The actual potential partial government shutdown, which looms large for this Saturday at 12:01 a.m., would have a negative impact, financial impacts on the nation if it comes to fruition. The state is projecting the $38 billion shortfall. To close that gap, the use of reserves, spending cuts, deferred delays in funding of state programs, and internal borrowing have all been proposed by the state. The biggest threat to local governments is for the potential of borrowing or taking away of revenues that are intended to benefit local agencies to help close the budget gap. So we're facing that potential there. It should also be noted, however, that the state budget team is not currently forecasting a recession at this time. Now turning to the city's budget and local economy, we're seeing revenues that continue to stabilize and relatively plateau, actually. Some categories even becoming a little bit stagnant, I would say. For fiscal year 24-25, we're projecting only property tax and lease and investment income to experience an increase, with most other revenues being very similar to the current fiscal year estimated amounts. While we are seeing revenues increase a nominal amount, expenditures continue to rise. For fiscal year 24-25, expenditures are expected to increase more than the revenues and more than the revenue increase, which will translate into a lower operating balance at year end. This slide shows a comparison of what staff is estimating for the current fiscal year compared to actual amounts from the prior fiscal year and the current fiscal year adopted budget. As can be seen on this slide, the adopted budget estimated an ending balance of $5.3 million in the middle column there. Staff is now estimating an ending balance of about $3.6 million after some of the proposed transfers to reserves that have been included in tonight's recommended council action. Staying with 23-24, the general operating fund revenues for fiscal year 23-24 are expected to mostly be the same as the adopted budget. We're only expecting an increase of 1.5 million or 0.9% when compared to the adopted budget. So we're pretty close. The largest increases really are for sales tax, which is only coming in about $775,000 higher, and utility users tax, which is estimated to be about $1 million higher than the budget. This is due mostly to higher utility rates that have been charged by the Silicon Valley Clean Energy and PG&E. Other than that, we're not seeing any large fluctuations in projected revenues when compared to the adopted budget. Now we turn to general operating fund expenditures for fiscal year 23-24. Expenditures are projected to be about 2.7 million or 1.6% less than the adopted budget. As you can see on this chart, a majority of the general operating fund expenditures are salaries and benefits, and as the city continues to experience vacancies and retirements, these are the largest drivers of expenditure savings, as also demonstrated in this chart. As noted in the staff report, there are currently 77 vacancies citywide. The number of current total vacancies is less than last year at this time, while turnover has remained steady. During calendar year 2023, the number of resignations outpaced retirements, and the city continues to monitor labor market trends, and prioritize the recruitment and retention. The next slide shows a snapshot of how the other major funds of the city are expected to end the fiscal year. You'll notice that a lot of them are below budget on the expenditure side, but unfortunately we have a few funds that are also below budget on the revenue side. So as the year end closes, we'll be monitoring those more closely to see how they end up and what needs to be done maybe in the future. So that's just an overview. Here is a summary of our recommended mid-year budget adjustments by fund type with details that are listed in the exhibit to the staff report. The only recommended mid-year budget adjustment for the general operating fund, as you can see on the screen, is $6 million. So that's transfer of reserves, or to reserves, which will be discussed on the next slide here. With the amount of economic uncertainty and with the positive balance expected for 23-24, staff is recommending $6 million of transfers to various reserve accounts, including $3 million to the open space acquisition reserve, $1 million to the transportation reserve, $1 million to the parental leave reserve, and $1 million to the liability insurance fund for future insurance claims and settlements. Now, as we turn to 24-25, as you can see on this slide, we're forecasting an ending balance in the far right column of $185,000. Please note that this balance does not include any fiscal year 24-25 ongoing budget requests that are currently under review. Staff is currently analyzing projected revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 24-25, and will have updated projections when the recommended budget is finalized and presented to the council in June. For reference, and not reflected on this slide, in June of 2023, in the adopted budget, staff projected that 24-25 revenues would be $188.3 million, and now we're projecting them to be $185.2 million. So we're forecasting a decrease from the last update of $3.1 million. For expenditures back in June, staff projected expenditures of $183.2 million, and now are projecting $185 million, which is an increase of $1.8 million. As you can see, staff is constantly analyzing and fine-tuning projections as economic updates are received. These updated projections have resulted in a projected ending balance for fiscal year 24-25 of $185,000, which was compared to $5.1 million just 9 months ago. While nobody has a crystal ball, we use current data along with input from economists and local finance professionals to build our forecast. Property tax revenue is nearly 42% of the general operating fund revenue. And we continue to assume that the property tax base will increase by the nominal 2%, that's every year, in addition to turnover in properties as they sell that usually result in higher assessed valuations. Overall, as stated earlier, we're expecting around a 4% increase in property tax this year, which in 24-25, which is about half of what we've seen in the past. Sales tax is 14% of the general operating fund total revenue, and transit occupancy tax, they're both expected to essentially be the same as what we're currently experiencing in this fiscal year. And when it comes to business license, we're projecting about a 6% decline when compared to the 23-24 estimated amount. This is due to the known and additional potential layoffs in the community. Overall, we're expecting revenue growth to be lower than what we have experienced in recent years. Some of the risks and the unknowns are the predicted soft landing, if that ends up being a hard landing and a downturn develops, the Fed's goal of inflation at 2% and how long it takes to get back down to 2% could result in further interest rate hikes, although unlikely. That's a potential. The continued conflicts overseas also contribute to the potential for a downturn to occur if consumer spending decreases. Staff will continue to monitor the national, state, and local financial data and update projections accordingly. One thing I'd like to point out that's in development for 24-25 fiscal year is the new performance measures that every department has put together. With the assistance of a consultant, staff is working on new and meaningful performance and workload measures that will be included in the recommended budget in June. We'll be closing out the current performance measures that we have in place with current data, and then be also displaying the new measures that will begin in fiscal year 24-25. We are excited about these new measures and look forward to presenting these in the recommended budget.
Thank you. And I think given the mayor's comments at the beginning of the item, I'm here to help facilitate, along with the city manager and most of our department directors, the conversation about the work plan. But if you'd like to just address the items that the director presented, would that be your preference?
Okay, and this just sums up kind of next steps on the budget related side. CAP study session will be held on April 9th, April 23rd. There's the public hearing for the annual action plan and funding recommendations for CDBG and the home programs. And then June 11th is the public hearing for the recommended budget. And then on June 25th, we'll wrap it up with the public hearing on utility rates and the operating budget adoption, including the CIP budget as well. And with that, staff's prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Great. So, council, do you have any questions? Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation. I am also excited about the new performance measurements and workloads measurements, and I was wondering if it would be possible so we can start building some history here, and for comparison purposes, is it at all possible to use the new workload measurements and apply it to 2023-24?
I don't think so. I think because we don't have some of the past data and because we haven't finalized all of the measures, it may be hard to go back if we haven't kept some of that data and we're keeping it prospectively. So we can definitely think about that when we develop them and see if we do have historical data. I just don't know if we will, to be honest, on some of the things that are new.
There will be a little bit of overlap in some areas, but we really made a concerted effort when we met with every department with the consultant to try and be a little more thoughtful and creative about what would our constituents think would be relevant, what would our council members think would be relevant, and then what would be important internally to the departments. And so that's why you see it broken down in the new measures between work items, performance items, and we even introduced informational items, just things that folks might find interesting because it's data we collect. To the extent there is some overlap, we might be able to backdate it. We'll look at that. But most of our exercise was really focused on the future and the types of things we think would be relevant to communicate.
And will those be broken out into those three categories? Information, workload, performance?
They're broken out operationally, and then you'll see this year it'll be actually in tabular form. And though as you move through operational components of each department, it'll then list what it is, whether it's a work item, a performance item, or an informational item. And you will also see targets, and you'll see other relevant information along the way.
Great. Thank you.
Any other council questions? Oh, Councilmember Hicks. There you are.
So I have just a big picture question. I really appreciate the economic update, you know, the national, state, and local. But I'm also wondering, I think since I've lived in Mountain View for almost 25 years. I don't know if this is a city manager question or if it's a question for you, Derek, but I'm seeing more kind of corporate change than I've seen since, you know, with AI kind of affecting some of our major industries, which is leading to layoffs. I frankly know more, and this may just be coincidental, but I know more people who have been laid off than I have since I moved here. Maybe during the .com bust, I just didn't know very many people here because I just moved here, so maybe it's just coincidental. But I'm wondering whether you take that into account in sort of looking into the future and whether you'd have anything to say on it. Maybe not, maybe it's too speculative and it doesn't come into the way you think about the budget at all, but I've been thinking about it and I'm curious.
Yeah, I would say we don't look a lot at that. We're looking at actual data that we're receiving and kind of forecasting off historical, what we've seen the last year and a half. On the FASD side, on the budget team, we don't kind of assume much. We're just going off basically when we get warn letters and are notified. So.
I'll just add, this Friday, we're all going to get a glimpse when we hear from the State of the Valley. It's always very interesting on an annual basis when you see how they're viewing the region. Oftentimes, they see things very differently than we might because, you know, we're so close to it. That being said, you had mentioned, you know, the .com bust. Last year when they spoke to it, he roughly said there was probably about 130,000 jobs lost. And last year at this point, there were only about 25,000 lost. So even though it feels like there has been a lot more job displacements, the data doesn't reflect it relative to some of the other downturns the Valley has seen. They also make a very strong point that somehow the Valley continues to reinvent itself. AI could be that. It might be a new technology that also requires employment. Some of us might still be left with jobs, but you know, we'll have to see.
Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, definitely keep our eyes on the State of the Valley.
So really for this section of the report, there really isn't a motion. We're just receiving information and having a discussion. Isn't that correct? Or is there a motion?
There is a motion.
There is a motion.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
sorry. Okay.
You're adopting the resolution of the amendments that were also, so recommendation number 2.
Okay. So is there anyone interested in making, I see people in the queue. Okay, Allison is here, and Margaret, Councilmember Abacoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just had one question regarding the transportation reserve. I was trying to recall, so we have the business license tax fee renewal, and it looks like it's 5.1 million that's being generated. If I recall, was it 80% of that goes to transportation, and then 10 to the housing, 10 to general fund. So is that the million that's going into the reserve coming from that?
That's in addition to.
It's in addition to the 5.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So the 5.1 just gets programmed into transportation, housing, general fund.
Goes into the reserves, the transportation reserve and the affordable housing reserve. in addition to the transfer we're proposing tonight.
Okay, so so it's, what is it, 80% of 5.1, so 4 million plus the one, so 5 million basically will go into transportation?
I need to check on the exact, because I'm not clear on how the split works, to be honest with you. So
Okay.
let me look that up.
And then I actually wasn't sure if it goes all into reserves, or does that amount, the rest of it, get used for like capital improvement projects? And
Councilmember Abekoga, thank you for the question. So that funding generally pays for our community shuttle. So in the past,
Okay.
Google paid for the community shuttle. That funding ended, I believe, last year. And so the bulk, pretty much all of that funding devoted to or from the business license tax revenue goes towards the shuttle.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the amendments, are those the FTE recommendations? Is that what we're looking at? Or is that?
There is a recommendation for one new FTE for a housing officer position, and then also just a change to a position title.
So, let's see if
That's the separate resolution. So I think it's listed.
So I had an overall question in regards to the housing staff, and in particular the rent stabilization staff. So are those positions city employee FTE positions that qualify for their benefits PERS? So my understanding was that that would be funded by the CSFRA fees and should not be PERS positions. They're not, but this is the challenge with CSFRA is it's supposed to be separate, but it seems like we've kind of combined it. But my understanding was that it would be paid by CSFRA and it should not be city positions. Can someone clarify that?
I'd ask our housing director to help clarify that if he has information, and then if Mr. Rampone could clarify just the mechanics of the CSFRA and how that fits with being in the city's FTE count.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the question, Wayne Chen, Housing Director. So you are correct. All the positions in the Rent Stabilization Division, the salaries are paid for through the cost recovery annual fees through both the CSFRA and the MHR. So I do know that there is a portion of the budget that is also accounting for overhead. I do want to look at Finance Director Rampone to see how the mechanics of that flows into, for example, the retirement benefits and PERS.
It's my understanding that they are employees of the city and we just get reimbursed.
By the state rent?
By the funding, correct. From
So do we get reimbursed for the PERS costs? We do. Okay.
Full cost, the full cost.
Okay.
Full current cost of the
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, so now it's time to have public comment. Is there anybody who would like to speak on these issues? Please come forward. Well, because we're going to take a motion, so we need to have, there will be a motion.
So I would just recommend that we take another round of public comment after you have the second part of your discussion.
So just do two of them or one of them? Because
yeah, so you have to take public comment before you take action on any item. So you can take you can have all of your discussion and take public comment on all of it all at once, or if you split it up, you're going to have a second round of public comment before you take action. But it is one item, so you should probably do it all together.
all right, we'll take public comment on this item. about the budget?
Yeah. Hi, all. Tim, he, him pronouns. Just wanted to follow up with a little bit on the big picture question that was asked earlier. I mean, I had a former roommate who came to Mountain View because Google said, hey, back in the office, you can't work remotely. You got to get back here. And now they're laying off people. I saw there seems to be a disconnect between some level of stability or planning with large employers, and there was also the recent closing of childcare centers by Google, and it's really strange to me that they are saying, get back to office, you can't work remotely, and then just a couple of months later, they're firing and laying off a bunch of people, which then impacts revenues for the city because of the tax that's based on the size of companies. So I liked that kind of refocusing or recentering on the big picture question. I hope that we can continue to do that as a council and think about things that we can do to help provide for the social fabric where companies are looking at their short-term profits and can't even seem to plan a year and a half out, where we seem to be able to a little bit more. I'll also do my consistent request that I don't know what the vacancies are in the city, but if there are still multiple in the police department, I think that we should seek to reconvert those roles to non-sworn officer roles, to other city staff roles. I know that there's not really a one-to-one correspondence where we can't, instead of hiring a police officer, hire someone in the housing or planning department or something like that. But I do seriously question the huge, it's a third of the budget going to the police. The role of the police is, like, we in society have ceded the monopoly on violence to the police. They are the armed agents of the state tasked with enforcing laws, and there are very few situations where we need someone with a gun there. That's the one unique tool that the police have. And just as we're talking about the budget, it's a little bit in flux, but with Prop 1, that if that does pass, it's moving money from county programs. I know for a lot of our mental health programs that we've heard about in PSAB, those are actually run through the county. And if Prop 1 passes, those may not be around. So I'd like to see what sort of municipal things that we could get to fill in those gaps if they get created. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Clerk, I see several names up here, but they seem to be names from the previous discussion. Are these people to speak on this item or from before?
You have 2 in queue in the audience, and then you have several online.
Okay, and so these are new. Thanks. All right. So, and this is about the budget. We'll have a short public comment with the work items if there are motions associated with it, which there could be. So, Nicholas Hargis.
Good evening, Council. I did want to speak about the work items, but just to be safe, I may as well speak now. My name is Nicholas. I live on California Street. And for the health and well-being of Mountain View, we need to prioritize a ban on vapes tonight. This issue is too important and the solution too easy for it to be in Tier 2 projects. Vapes have an incredibly negative effect on our public health. They are addicting and they exacerbate heart problems, respiratory issues, and mental health. The California Department of Public Health discovered in 2022 that 17.8% of high school students had vaped in the last year. And unfortunately, vapes spread like wildfire. I can attest. When I was a freshman at Harvard in 2016, my roommate said that his brother had an exciting new investment opportunity. He had invested, or he worked for the venture capital firm that invested in Juul. And as you might know, Juul took over the country and it took over the campus. Vapes have an insidious effect on our schools. As students are going through peer pressure, they are more and more encouraged to try tobacco products to the damage of their long-term health. But thankfully, there's an easy solution. All we have to do is put pen to paper and create a ban on vapes. The city staff's report mentions that we're looking for help on enforcement. The Santa Clara County Department of Environmental Health is there to help us enforce this ordinance. And the cities of Palo Alto and Los Altos both have vape bans. So I think it's past time for the city of Mountain View to prioritize this item tonight, put the health of our neighbors and our students first, and ban vapes. Thank you.
Alex Brown? Then we'll go online. Dashiell Leeds? Are you there?
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm speaking now as the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'd like to thank the members of the public who gave comments tonight in favor of reducing light pollution, and to thank this council for your discussion to include dark sky techniques in the discussion of public art on today's consent calendar. Light pollution is an important issue that affects the health of humans and wildlife alike. Our chapter strongly supports progress on priority number 24 to develop a dark skies ordinance, and we hope the development of this ordinance is fully supported in terms of both direction and budget from this council, and that work on this ordinance proceeds swiftly. I'm also commenting tonight to follow up on the letter we sent yesterday to the City Council by our plastics pollution prevention team, in which we asked for the city to add a ban or a long-term moratorium on artificial turf to the city's work plan. I think the students who have spoken previously tonight about the hazards of artificial turf have put it better than I can, so I'll let their comments and I'll let our letter speak for itself. I understand that today is just a status update on the current work plan and that you will discuss a new work plan in approximately 1 year. That being said, we do hope that today is the start of the conversation. And if there is an opportunity to add an artificial turf moratorium or a ban to the existing work plan, we would fully support its inclusion. And we do hope that you consider these policies when the next 2-year work plan is being discussed. The members of our plastics pollution prevention team are available to share research with you and answer any questions you may have, as well as myself and other members of the chapter are available regarding questions about the dark sky ordinance as well. So feel free to reach out to us. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Rashi Sharma.
Good evening, Mayor Showalter and council members. My name is Rashi Sharma, and I am a local high school student and intern with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. One of our major areas of focus is on reducing artificial light at night and promoting responsible lighting practices. Since the introduction of LED fixtures, we've seen a vast and alarming impact on all species. Birds are disoriented during migration, plants bloom irregularly at times when the season cannot support them, and some baby sea turtles even move towards the road instead of the ocean. And that's only the ecological impact. In addition to the major associations found between artificial light at night and sleep disorders, the American Medical Association has also observed links between artificial light at night and obesity in humans. Numerous other studies observed by the International Dark Sky Association have found this light to increase the risks of depression, diabetes, and even cancer. To minimize the damaging impacts of artificial lighting, we hope that you will implement necessary changes in a dark sky ordinance. Lights should only be used where and when needed for public safety. All fixtures should be shielded and pointed downward, and all lighting should have dimming capabilities and a correlated color temperature of no more than 2700 Kelvin. Just as daylight is necessary for our health and well-being, darkness at night is equally critical. Please create a dark sky ordinance in order to prioritize birds and ecosystem health, as well as improve human health and quality of life. Prioritize a robust dark sky and light prevention ordinance for your staff to work on this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce England?
Thanks, Mayor. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. I will follow the lead, other speakers, and talk about both items for 6-1. On the budget part of it, there wasn't really any discussion about investment choices, but nonetheless, as I mentioned earlier, I urge the city to seriously consider how city money is invested. We should not be investing our public money in fossil fuel related companies or in military related firms selling equipment to those who use this equipment in clear violation of international law. On the work plan items, priority A, there's a lot of really good stuff in there, especially things that have to do, from my perspective anyway, about active transportation, supporting that, and biodiversity and the community tree master plan. And then on priority B, the work on the Stevens Creek Trail is important. Hope that gets moved up when it can be. And on the dark sky ordinance, wanted to point out that it's one of only 3 projects in the priority B list that hasn't started, and it's slated for Q3 of this year, which is later than other designations. So please do what you can to make that a high priority as requested by council. Back to priority A, I wanted to comment on number 6, the REI action plan item. I look forward to seeing what is proposed in the action plan as it's developed, and I hope for REI council committee meetings to be held more often, noting the last one occurred in 2022. Besides the importance of addressing the reality of the diversity we value in our city, we also need to expand our REI scope to take into account human rights in all parts of the world. There's much we can do, even here at a local level. Thanks.
Thank you. Silja Palmer? Hi, Silja. Are you available?
Hi. Yeah, sorry. I had to find the button. Again, following the lead of others, is a little unclear on the budget versus the work plan. But I would like to advocate for the Dark Skies Initiative really being treated as a higher priority item, as it is classified under those higher priority groupings of Group B. It is one that hasn't been started yet, and the fact that it's like pushed out to Q3 of 2024, much later than everything else on that list, indicates that it's not receiving that higher priority status that was asked for by City Council. And so I'd really hope that this really gets moving. And, you know, it's the one thing about light pollution is it's the only form of pollution that we could turn off with a switch. So the faster we can do that, the more effective we can be. And it'll just make a really big change with hopefully a relatively small investment compared to a lot of the forms of pollution that we're working on right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Lee Zhang?
Hi, this is Li Zhang, a longtime Mountain View resident. Dear council members, I'm here to stress the importance of outdoor lighting regulations for our community's safety and well-being. I would like to see the work plan item number 24 being in the high priority list. The reasons are below. These rules are not only save money, but also enhance safety. Many cities have already embraced these regulations to tackle light pollution and its impact on wildlife. Birds, fish, and amphibians suffer from confusion and exhaustion due to artificial light, leading to fatal collisions. Additionally, light pollution disrupts ecosystems and affects nocturnal predators' hunting abilities. Therefore, it's crucial to take proactive steps to address these issues. I suggest prioritizing the development of a dark skies ordinance alongside biodiversity and urban forest plans, moving it from priority B to A. By aligning these efforts, we can optimize resources and create a healthy environment for all. Let's work together to make a positive impact. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think our last speaker is Emil Abramson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Hey, I'm Emil Abraham. I live on West Middlefield. Yeah, I'd just like to thank you all and city staff for the progress on the work plan stuff. So these are definitely the hardest hitting issues that our city should be trying to solve. And yeah, I like to see the updates, and it's awesome to see that a lot of the issues that I care about are receiving updates early in this quarter and next quarter, and especially this year. So I just want to encourage the hard work, and thanks for not letting any of this stuff slip through, like, for example, the active transportation plan and the Vision Zero project, and developing the Moffett Boulevard precise plan. All this stuff is about how we get around the city, and I think that's a critical part of keeping the city thriving and economically sound, as we can get around places to shop. And yeah, thanks for the hard work. So that's it.
Very well. So it looks like we've had all of our speakers now, and we'll bring it back to council for a motion relative to the budget. Then we'll take a short break and come back and talk about the work plan. So we have a motion by Councilmember Abakoga and a second by Councilmember Hicks, and I believe there's some reading you need to do.
Yes, Mayor, and I also wanted to clarify. I was going to make a motion on items 2 and 3, and one has to do with the work plan, I believe, and I thought we were going to have a discussion on that, so we could hold on one until after the discussion. So I'll read the language for items 2 and 3.
Okay.
If that works for everybody. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, if on the, I guess I'm looking at the staff report. There's 3 items. So one is about the budget, but also the work plan, and then I think I have to read 2 and 3, which is in the staff report there are 3 items, and I was going to move item 2 and 3, which is a resolution with the different funding allocations, and then 3 is for the FTE changes and additions, and then 1 is about the work plan, so I was going to hold off on that one.
It seems logical, yes.
Great. So my motion is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View accepting and appropriating grant funds in the amount of $160,000 from the Valley Transportation Authority for the Miramonte Avenue Phase 2 preliminary design study, and 2, amending the fiscal year 2023-24 adopted budget to appropriate $6 million in the general operating fund, $3,377,000 in the general non-operating reserve fund, $1.5 million in the development services fund, $1.428 million in the workers' compensation fund, $925,000 in the general liability fund, $440,000 in the solid waste fund, $391,000 in the water fund, $355,000 in the solid waste landfill, 544 acres fund, $327,000 in the wastewater fund, $175,000 in the capital improvement reserve, $160,000 in the VTA 2016 Measure B fund, $154,000 in the Parkland Dedication Fund, $54,000 in the Shoreline Regional Park Fund, $15,350 in the Wastewater Debt Proceeds Fund, and $10,000 in the Retirees Health Insurance Fund for project and program expenditures as specifically set forth in Exhibit A, attached hereto, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, 1, authorizing reclassification of 1.0 full-time equivalent FTE project manager position to 1.0 FTE rent stabilization manager position. 2, amending the salary plan to add classifications for rent stabilization manager, finance manager, and customer service supervisor. And 3, authorizing the addition of a new 1.0 FTE housing officer position in the housing department to be read in title only, further reading waived. Thank you.
I know you are. Yeah. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. So I just wanted to share. So I feel I would ask those setting the agenda, the mayor, the vice mayor, that if we're going to take the items separately, that we do that ahead of time. I think on the dais changes is there. As a good matter of public policy, I would just ask so that there's clarity for both colleagues on the dais as well as the public, that we can clarify ahead of time if we're going to be taking items separately. I'll be voting for these 2 items, but if the work plan was to be bifurcated, perhaps we could have just had them as 2 separate items, as it seems that wants to be done tonight, just as a good matter of public policy and to have that clarity. My understanding was this was a mid-year update along with some work plan items that kind of fit in with the update, but it seems like perhaps the scope has changed, which again is fine, but I think kind of clarity for our public engagement, as this has now, in my opinion, become 2 separate items, would be helpful for the future, and just ask that through the mayor. So thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you, but it just didn't work out this time. So do we have any more comments on the motion? No? Okay, so then it's time to take a vote. Great, that passes unanimously, and we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back and talk about the work plan, and the other administrative items on the agenda. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to go on to the work plan segment. And Arn, I understand you are going to tell us all about that.
I'm actually mayor and council. I'm just going to take a brief moment to reorient our conversation. We already heard from some of our community and public comment, but just to orient the rest of the community and the council. So you'll recall back in June of last year, the City Council did adopt your fiscal year 23 through 25 work plan. During that conversation, council actually identified 41 priority items. You then went further and then segregated those 41 items into 3 priority categories, like we've heard in some of our comments tonight from our community. And so those 41, we have a brief update for you, which was also identified in attachment 1, which kind of showed the progress of priority A, priority B, and priority C items. And then the attachment gave more detail. And so clearly this conversation has already started, but I thought I would just orient us to the process that got us to the work plan we currently have, and then just introduce the attachment and how they identify different elements of the 3 priorities and where we are. Thank you.
So do you want to talk about
So at your pleasure, we don't really have anything more than what we had in the staff report, but we do see that council members want to talk about it. And so we do have the majority of our senior staff here, myself, the city manager, and any others to help facilitate the conversation. The staff report did call out 2 items that staff went ahead and collapsed. They're identified in the report. We did take the decarbonization plan and the climate charge vulnerability assessment, and we have incorporated them into a comprehensive citywide climate change and resilience strategy. And then we also took the biodiversity strategy and the urban forest plan, and they will be developed and integrated as a single document. And then we also just identified that we did get previous direction from council to remove an item, and that was explore implementing a temporary downtown office cap on new development. And so that was removed from the list based on prior council action. But we're here to answer any questions. As I mentioned, you have your full city team here tonight to help facilitate whatever conversation the council would like to have.
Excellent. So we will start with council questions. Councilmember Ramos.
I'm going to try to limit this to questions, but we have been hearing some members of the public asking for us to add things to priorities. I'm kind of hoping that some of these can be nested into other priorities. I'm just trying to stretch as much as we can. So there has been some discussion. We got a lot of public comment about the dark sky, possibly moving it up from B to A. We had a lot of comment about artificial turf. I have no idea where that could be nestled into or if that has to be a new item. I'm sure there's probably other people who may want to talk about that. I also have heard, not necessarily in this most recent iteration of the mid-year work plan, but I have been hearing some questions about what's going on with gas-powered leaf blowers. I know it was initially put in and then it was removed because we thought state law would take care of things. It has not quite, but I don't feel, but I know that we're doing some work toward it. I've seen some great posts about it, about like the city's partnership with the Day Worker Center on things like that. So can we get like an update on what's going on with gas-powered leaf blowers?
Why don't we start there, and I believe our sustainability director will go ahead and speak to that item.
Thank you. So Danielle Lee is going to join us. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Excuse me. Thank you for the question regarding gas-powered leaf blowers. I'm happy to tell you about a few initiatives that the city has been working on directly. As you know, and as you just mentioned, the state banned the sale of gas-powered leaf blowers. That became effective January 1st of this year. In advance of that, there were rebates and incentives available to small businesses, And the city took a proactive approach in promoting those rebates to all of the landscaping companies within Mountain View. We also mailed information directly to property owners who employ landscapers for their properties. We were trying to encourage a faster transition to all electric landscaping tools. And then finally, we've been working with the Day Worker Center within Mountain View to equip them with a tool lending library. So now the clients that come to the Day Worker Center can access all electric landscaping tools so that when residents come to hire them for landscaping jobs, they'll be able to use all electric. So we hope that all of these efforts combined will help to accelerate the transition to all electric.
What do you find the biggest barrier in getting this transition going?
There is some need for additional outreach and education. Operating these tools is different than traditional gas-powered tools. At the Day Worker Center, we hosted a training for the clients so that they could learn about proper maintenance for the equipment, retrofits to vehicles that might need to happen to be able to charge properly and maintain the equipment. So we've been continuing our education and outreach in that regard.
Thank you. That's my questions. And we're only doing questions now, right? Okay.
A round of questions.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. And
Okay.
that's all the questions.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I'm going to follow up on or ask questions on a couple things that members of the public seem to be interested in or highly interested in. One is the ban or reduction in artificial turf. And I actually asked a council question on this one about whether we could incorporate that into some of our existing plans. And the answer that I was given was the Parks and Rec plan would be a good place to do that. But I'm also thinking that the biodiversity plan, because the Parks and Rec plan will be, of course, about the parks that we own. And I think that the artificial turf, I think it was maybe going to speak, what people are suggesting is that it maybe speak to private yards as well. So, so I'm wondering if I could have an answer on that, whether it could be incorporated into that, or I guess the other option would be that we do an ordinance, but I would not be proposing that now. I would, that seems to be for the future. So I'm wondering if I can get any feedback on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So our Community Services Director, John Marchant, is joining us. Maybe you can take down that slide that's up there. I don't think we need it anymore. He will be able to answer those questions.
Good evening, Council. Once again, John Marchant, Community Services Director, and thank you for the question. In relation to artificial turf and the future use thereof, while it seems to be an easy fit into, or may seem to be an easy fit into either the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan or the Biodiversity Plan, first of all, the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan has specific tasks that we have already given to the consultant. We are not prepared to go into quite the details of this project. In addition, as we look to, as it sounds, the direction or interest on the part of some of the council members is to look at also some of the private use of artificial turf on private property. That is going to include community development, and then as we look at future use in parks, public works. And so I really am, I truly believe that this will need a little more analysis, review, and a report back to City Council with more information, more in-depth information. It will probably be outside of the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan. One of the outcomes of the strategic plan may be for the city to look at this type of ordinance, but we're not prepared to bring the full review of this item through that process.
Okay, let me see if I'm understanding that. Is it that you might be able to look at it? It's not currently in the work plan for Parks and Rec. You might be able to look into it a little bit. I I agree with you that it touches community development as well. There's, particularly like apartments that have been developed with plastic turf, which I wish that I had commented on, but didn't at the time. So it affects all different things. And that are you saying that you might be able to do a light touch at this point, but it would probably need more, it would probably have to be a separate work plan item to address it to any great degree? Is that basically what I heard?
That is correct, where it may just be a recommendation to City Council through the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan to go through this process anyway. And it would not be a full review. So I would think that this is a new item for the work plan if that's an interest on the part of council.
Okay, thank you. And I have one other question. I'm seeing this as just a review of these items and not a big rearrangement. But the other, I'll bring things up that the public has brought up, but I'm not probably going to add them as work items. Another one is somebody brought up the Evelyn bike or pedestrian path, and that Sunnyvale is going to be doing one, and could we do one to attach to theirs so that we could easily walk or bike between the two downtowns? And I have to say, I sometimes walk along Evelyn, and it's unpleasant and sometimes seems a little unsafe. So where are we with that? Because I feel like I've lost track.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ed Orango, Acting Public Works Director. So in the CIP, we placed a new CIP project for the next fiscal year to implement the Evelyn Avenue Bikeway Study and Design, and this is from Franklin to Bernardo. So this would be the continuation from the city limits with Sunnyvale, where along Evelyn, where they've identified their bikeway, and it's an evaluation of a study and the potential design on what that would look like to extend it into Mountain View to Franklin. So it's through the downtown to Franklin Avenue.
So that's a start. So we would start connecting to it. It doesn't go fully to our downtown, but that's something we might do in the future.
So the study and design would go through our downtown to Franklin. So
I've gotten you. Okay, I understood the reverse. Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Abacoka.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on the artificial turf item and wanted to see if that could actually be added through our sustainability subcommittee and the various plans we have. I don't know which plan to put it in, but could we look at it through that process?
I see.
And while our Chief Sustainability Officer is coming up here, Council Member, so I think we do have some options to look at what plan it could be incorporated into. So that's a possibility. The city attorney and I have been speaking about this. There are some potential legal issues with private property, restrictions on private property. So I think if the majority of council wants staff to look into this, then what we would do is look at which plan it might fit best into and how we might incorporate that, and then also need to look at the legal potential ramifications.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it might just be more appropriate, and we would be able to maybe do a deeper dive through our sustainability committee. But I'll ask our Chief Sustainability Officer to comment. Or
we're just duking it out for who gets the honor of talking to you tonight. So I'll start, Dawn Cameron. And thank you for the question. And I do appreciate what the city manager brought forward, because it was exactly what I would have said, in that any discussion dealing with regulating private property, you are moving into the ordinance arena, which not only do you need to know what the legal authority is, but also have to do a fair amount of technical research in terms of how this could impact the different kinds of uses that may be allowed by private property owners, and extensive outreach. So this would be a very heavy undertaking as any kind of new ordinances that significantly could impact our private property owners. And that's why it was stated earlier that it would have to be a work plan item and would have to figure out where it fits in the priorities with the overall workload. As mentioned by the Community Services Director, and he and I had been discussing this earlier today, the Parks and Rec strategic plan, and maybe even the biodiversity strategy, but more likely Parks and Rec strategic plan I like the wording used, give it a light touch. In other words, in terms of a general look at what it means to use it and whether additional study and analysis should be done, what could be recommended next steps. But then that's basically the path forward right now that staff was looking at, and it would have to be then brought back in the future as a consideration as a future work plan item. I would have to let Ms. Lee talk to what it would mean for her team to take it on working with the Sustainability Committee, because it does, as mentioned, cover many departments. So.
Thank you. The only thing that I would add to what was already stated is that I think through the climate strategy and through the Council's Sustainability Committee work, discussion around artificial turf as a resiliency strategy or as a potential best practice to avoid using it could be encouraged, or we could look at it. But the work of doing an actual ordinance and banning it might be better suited to some of the other departments already mentioned. But we could look at it as a best practice resiliency strategy to encourage using natural turf.
So could we look at like a city policy first, and then look at a private, expanding something to private properties?
Yes, it's always an option for council to first focus on city parks, city-owned land, but again, an analysis would need to be done in terms of where it's already being used, why it's being used. Some of it may relate to our joint use areas with the school districts. So again, it will still require a bit of a work effort in order to review where we're using it, why it's being used, under what conditions, and what it would mean if to stop using it in the future or somehow replace it in the future.
So what is the, so what do we need to do tonight to try to move this forward?
Well, so first I think we need to hear if council's interested in putting this on the work plan. Sure. And then what we would have to do then is first assess the legality piece of it, as applied to public or private property. And then we'll just have to do what Ms. Cameron stated, just kind of go through the steps that we would normally take, and here's what we would have to do to analyze it, here's how much time it would take, but really it's gonna take you all giving the signal that you want this on the work plan. And then just like all of the other items, staff would have to come back and say, here's what we think is the correct timing, here's the work that we'll have to do, and just kind of go through the paces.
Okay, thank you. I guess I do, this kind of leads to another question, and I wanted to ask Ms. Lee. So in terms of our climate change work items, like how does that fold into this process, if it does? In particular, I'm concerned, I just read that Palo Alto the other day eased their restrictions on requiring all electric buildings because of the lawsuit. And so like from the air district, we implemented a NOx reduction, and that's the direction that municipalities could go to, something like that. How does that fall into our overall work plan? Like, is that already being planned as an item that we will work on this year through the sustainability or the climate change work plan, or do we have to add something like that on tonight?
Through the work plan, we have already included a combined resiliency and decarbonization strategy. Certainly, reach codes that are responsive to the Berkeley lawsuit will be part of that strategy. It'll be a significant portion of our efforts. And we met with Silicon Valley Clean Energy today to discuss that process.
So that's already baked
underway.
In. Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Actually, one more. So regarding it's already an item item, but I'm very concerned about, and I know I've shared this with the city manager, but I'm very concerned about our downtown and was hoping to get more frequent updates about what's happening. I living downtown, I see what's going on, and just yeah, I've been concerned because there are a lot less people out in downtown than there used to be pre-repaving or resurfacing, and I'm just very concerned about our state of our downtown. I've visited other downtowns in the area, and we have competition. So what can we do to try to speed up some of the efforts with improving our downtown and revitalizing it?
Thank you, Councilmember Abekoga. I'll answer some of that, and then if Ms. Cameron can fill in any blanks I'm missing. So the first thing that we're going to start doing in March is providing monthly updates to the public and council regarding all the work that's underway downtown. So not just actions that staff are taking, events they're attending, consultants that we're going to be working with, also all of the things that are happening with the permit, the outdoor patio process, looking at the vacancies, murals, just really the gamut. So we're going to start giving a more frequent update. Also going to be streamlining our webpage so that it has better and I would say more robust information for people to know what's happening downtown. So that's a big part of it. Something that council will see in the next couple months coming to you all as part of the recommended budget is a really robust package of strategies to address some of the challenges downtown. So this involves hiring retail consultants that can help our staff and our team really focus on what we can do with people that are experts in that field and working with some of the property owners or the small business owners and with staff, looking at marketing and branding and really kind of thinking about how as a city we are positioning the Ped Mall in downtown and how we are really creating a vibrant area. I think it's certainly coming out of the winter months and a lot of the changes that happen with the resurfacing, it probably does look like there's less activity, and staff has a huge plan for creating a lot of outdoor interactive sort of things that children and people can interact with, and sitting and games, flowers. We're going to have music again, 18 weeks worth of concerts. So we're really ramping up right now. But part of what you will see in the recommended budget, we're talking about it now, is how we can really focus on what you're talking about and what we're going to be doing to enhance downtown. And lastly, I'll just say, we did fill those 2 economic development positions towards the end of last calendar year. So we now finally have a full economic development team. So we're expecting them to be ramping up even more as the months go on. But we will be giving council and the public monthly updates starting in March.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. I have one question as well. I just wondered what the status of the Stevens Creek Trail project is. I understand that Sunnyvale is working on it from their end, and I wonder what was happening at our end.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. Again, Ed Arango, Acting Public Works Director. The Stevens Creek Trail project, we have not yet started that project, but we do plan to start that project later this year. It's just staff resources in order to get other projects completed and then have this one start.
Okay. Are we having regular staff interactions with the Sunnyvale staff who is working on it?
Not yet. Once we have a project manager assigned to the project, then we'll start the coordination with Sunnyvale so that we can align the two agencies.
Okay. And you'll update staff through the council connections or something about this getting going?
Absolutely.
All right. We'll look forward to it. Thank you. And I was also very pleased to hear about the Evelyn Trail being in the CIP study for next year. We're, I think, connecting east-west, and we do have a number of north-south trails that are really good through the city, but we don't have too many east-west connections that are good. So that Evelyn Trail would really be a wonderful amenity for our community. Okay, so I think we've come to the end of the question section, and so we should move on to the comment section, right? Well, that's true. Do we have any more public comment on this method? We had some confusion, and we have some people who talked about it. Is there anybody else who wants to speak about public comment on the work plan? Alex Brown?
Hey, friends. Yeah. Dark skies, yes, like it. Artificial turf, I don't like plastic grass or plastic most things, so I think that'd be cool. In terms of combining the items, I feel like a pattern I've seen is that we tend to bloat a lot of the stuff and combine stuff into things that take longer, and it's harder for the public to digest or comment on any individual aspect, instead of slicing things into more manageable, smaller deliverable pieces that show the people in the city that these are the things that are getting done one by one. And when you have more comprehensive things that end up getting bigger and bigger and kind of rolling things into them, I feel like it's harder for me to say, here's what's happening. Like, here's this thing that happened. And it does, you end up with scope creep and also a lot of blurring of why are we doing this one aspect of it when you have, several things that kind of thematically align but don't necessarily align in the implementation, or that, affect several different departments all at once, because you can kind of squint and say there's the same thing, like the whole, biodiversity, urban forest, maybe, probably, or maybe not. Like, maybe that's something that could be sliced into smaller pieces and then implemented as like, this is one ordinance that is going to promote this one thing that we know is good. I don't know. Again, my thing is going to always be meta and process. It's my thing. I like it. Anyway, thanks.
Okay, and then online, it looks like we have Devin Conley. Welcome, Devin.
Good evening, Mayor Showalter and honorable council members. My name is Devin Conley, and I am the president of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board. I would like to humbly suggest that the council move item 38, explore strategies for enhancing childcare options, from priority C in the work plan to priority A. As a mother, a former teacher, and now an education leader, I have seen firsthand how impactful high-quality childcare in preschool is on students, especially on our most vulnerable children. In my kindergarten classroom, I could tell from the first weeks of school which children had had access to a high-quality early learning experience. When I had my own first child, I also faced the high cost of childcare in Mountain View. Full-time care for my now 11-year-old, when he was little, would have been roughly half of my salary as a classroom teacher, which is a large part of the reason I decided to leave the classroom and work part-time instead. As a trustee for the Mountain View Wisdom School District, I'm proud of the state-funded preschool program that we provide. We currently offer both part and full-day preschool serving 3- and 4-year-olds using a combination of state and district funding. For families living in the Castro School boundary area, preschool is free. Google is closing its preschools at sites it has rented from our school district for years. Not only will this take away childcare slots in our community, but it is also going to cut the lease revenue available to our school district. On the one hand, the school district will have more preschool classrooms available than ever before, but we will be losing funding that could allow us to expand our preschool options. I encourage the council to move item 38 to priority A and to take advantage of this opportunity to work with our district, which already has a demonstrated success in preschool offerings, to expand what we now have to meet as much of the need in Mountain View as possible. At a school district meeting just a few weeks ago, the board decided that we wanted to support trying to grow our preschool program over time, even though we're going to have to find outside sources of funding and partnership to do so. Please take advantage of this. We have been good partners for a long time, and we've had our ups and downs, but I also think that we solve hard problems together. And access to childcare in our community is a huge problem. Thank you for your work tonight, and thank you for taking this into consideration.
Thank you. And I don't see any more hands and no more in-person speakers. So we'll come back to the council for deliberations, and looks like Vice Mayor Manichek was first on the list.
Thank you. So I want to make a comment about the artificial turf. And I did have the opportunity to speak with a member of the public in fairly good detail about this. And to me, it seems like it's much broader than perhaps we've discussed here. And the challenge I saw with it is, I think the biggest use of artificial turf is at the school sites. And I did have a chance to speak with both the city attorney and the city manager. And, you know, we don't really have jurisdiction over the schools, but, you know, we can always look at that and see if there is a way that we do, because they're in the city. But it also applies to individual residences as well as city property. And I think the only city property, which I forgot about when we talked, but I was reminded of it, is actually at the athletic fields in Shoreline. We do have artificial turf there, which I forgot about. I was thinking mostly about the parks. So to me, you know, I agree with the comment about not trying to force it into another project that's already ongoing. We tend to do that, and yet it's not like the work shrinks. It's still a lot of work. It's just added to something else, but it's still a lot of work. So I actually do see that one as a separate item. And I'm not sure I would prioritize that to add to the work plan for the current work plan, because I'm going to apologize in advance. I usually do not add to work plans. But I guess I feel strongly about one, and I would like to see if there is council support for adding an item. And this has been brought up in the past by Councilmember Ramirez, and there has been support from some other council members. But some of us think it's time for us to talk about this and see if we can move it forward. And that is, we would like to create what is technically called a performance auditing function, something that is separate from the financial auditing function that we already have. But really what it is continuous improvement function. And the goal is to have a person or a person's group of people take a look at specific processes or functions and make recommendations on ways to improve the efficiency or the effectiveness of the process or the function, to identify risks or vulnerabilities, or things along those lines. For example, it could be as broad as looking at the permitting process that the city manager undertook by hiring the Matrix Consulting Group, or it could be very narrowly focused, looking at adherence to an existing policy. And I was trying to come up with one that I thought was fairly straightforward, like taking a look to see if we're really adhering to the ticket distribution policy. the range of items you could look at is very, very broad. Our city charter already establishes this role, but as far as I know, it's typically been held by the finance director, but it hasn't really been used in the way that I think it's described in the city charter or that other cities use it. Many other cities do have this role, and there's actually also a professional organization of performance auditors, which we learned about. And there are standards, similar to accounting standards, there's performance auditing standards that they adhere to. And while Mountain View is, many consider us a small city, we are at the forefront of tackling major issues. And so I would argue that we're sort of a role model for a lot of other cities. And as has been mentioned before, sometimes, we certainly punch above our weight. We're a very complex organization, and we do want staff to embrace continuous improvement. And I think a lot do, but sometimes it's just hard to dedicate the time and effort when you have your regular duties to do to really focus on continuous improvement. So we think that formalizing this function would be good for the city, and I'd like to have a discussion about it and see if there's support for moving it forward.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several things to say. And first, I'll start with expressing appreciation to staff for this is going the totality of the item, but I really appreciated the staff report and the presentation of the modifications in the mid-year budget. This is one of the this is a complex and challenging item. There's a lot of material, and I really appreciated how cleanly it was presented, and especially the clarity in the recommendations that were provided to the council. I feel like a lot gets lost sometimes in the mid-year budget status report, and I thought this was really well done. So first, thank you for the work that you've put into the totality of this item. On the work plan specifically, I want to agree with Vice Mayor Matichak on two fronts. First, I am reluctant to add items to the work plan that further burden CSD, CDD, and Public Works. If we look at the work plan, we will see that there are many high priority items that are that still have a lot of work to go. So the Dark Skies Ordinance has yet to begin. The biodiversity strategy is delayed. The Parks and Open Space Strategic Plan is a massive amount of work. The Economic Vitality Strategy is a massive amount of work, and we also have an extremely ambitious housing element that we have to implement, and some very ambitious deadlines that go along with that. So I think that we've heard a lot of interesting and good ideas from the public that I think merit exploration at some point. But I feel like what we should, if there's council interest in those, we might instead say to staff, can you do some preliminary investigation and bring these back for consideration to council when we develop our next work plan for the next 2 fiscal years, rather than incorporate them mid-cycle. So that's something these are not bad ideas, but I just feel like if we add them to the work plan, we're only going to further impede our ability to deliver on the items that we've already committed to and that we're already struggling to get some traction on. I think that's not to say that there hasn't been good faith effort. There has been, but the biodiversity strategy is suffering from staffing changes, and the progress report provided, I think, does a good job of expressing why we should be very sensitive in how we approach this. And also, I appreciate very much what the Vice Mayor has introduced, and I would add that I think we all agree that this process ought to be collaborative and empowering to staff, that whatever the work plan for an auditor, continuous improvement officer ought to be heavily informed by the city manager and by our own staff. I think the staff are in the best position to elevate to us opportunities for improvement. What are ways we can make process a little bit more streamlined? Are there technologies that we haven't really thought about? Are there opportunities for cost savings? Those are ideas that I would want to hear from our staff, and not necessarily impose a work plan without or devoid of substantial staff input. So first and foremost, if there is council support for this idea, I think that would be a parameter that we would want to highlight. This is designed to be fundamentally collaborative and empowering. I do think council oversight is key. So the council or a subcommittee we could delegate this to would take in the input regarding a work plan, and then ultimately the council would approve it. So this is something that there would be a lot of public participation in as well, because we also hear things from the public that we may not know intuitively. And I do appreciate what the Vice Mayor has said about the role that exists in the charter, and I did want to ask for my benefit of the city attorney, what does the charter allow the council to do?
Thank you. Jennifer Logue, City Attorney. So I did have an opportunity to take a look at the charter, and there's two sections that talk about the city auditor, Section 700 and Section 710. And in Section 700, it basically lays out that the city manager, city clerk, city auditor, and city attorney are appointed by council and may only be removed by council. So your city auditor, per the charter, is an appointed officer and can only be removed by the affirmative vote of at least 5 members. So you've already have that established there. Within Section 710, it talks about the city auditor shall be an experienced accountant, preferably with municipal accounting experience, but it doesn't say that the accountant couldn't have other priorities, or skills and expertise. So I think at a bare minimum, your auditor has to be an experienced accountant, but they could have other areas of expertise as well. And then it says the city auditor shall have power and be required to perform such duties consistent with this city charter as may be required by the city council. That's pretty broadly written. So what I would say is council would have the authority to assign powers and duties to the auditor so long as they weren't inconsistent with other charter provisions. So for example, you couldn't give the auditor powers that are already delegated to the city manager in the charter. So you would, whatever those powers and duties are, they have to align with what the charter already says. But if you were going to assign powers and duties that were not already assigned, that would probably be fine. And then in Section 710, it does say the position may be combined with another officer in the city, which I think this Mountain View has historically done, but that is a may, it's not a must, so council does not have to do that. It can be an independent appointed individual to serve in that auditor role, or you could choose to combine it with an existing role.
That's helpful, thank you. So I guess just as a concluding set of thoughts, I feel like this is something that staff will have to take some time to think about and come back with some recommendations for a structure and process. But I think establishing some high-level parameters tonight to guide that work would be helpful. And for me, chief among them is making sure that we're adhering to the government accounting standards. They exist. It's 247 pages, I think, if memory serves, and that we probably have to recognize that we're starting small. That, one person, and we're not talking about hiring a whole bunch of people. This is probably one person that would have, to based on the work plan, contract out for some technical expertise. So I'm interested in exploring that, absolutely, and I also want to practice what I preach and take 2 things off of the work plan. And I feel badly because they're two things I had introduced, but I want to make sure we do them right, and I don't want to spend a lot of time, to rush through things that I don't think are quite ready. So first, I would recommend to the council, and actually consistent with the staff recommendation, that we remove exploration of a charter modernization or city charter measure on the ballot from the work plan. I will bring it up next cycle. And I appreciate that staff has already done some work, so if and when that comes up, it might be helpful to elevate to the council at that time. I guess this would be around June next year, the work that you've done preliminarily, just to give us a sense of, how we might want to approach it at that time, but, aiming no earlier than November 2026. And then item 40, review and make periodic amendments to the municipal code in a phased approach to remove contradictory, unenforceable, or otherwise outdated sections. It sounds like it's something that could be done piecemeal, but it's actually a very big project. And I'll let the city attorney and city manager speak to it. But as important as that is, I'm also appreciating that there just isn't the capacity to tackle it in the way that I think it really needs to be done. So again, depending on where we are, around this time next year, I might introduce it for a future work plan, but those are the two items that I would recommend we remove and free up some capacity for higher priority issues. Thank you.
I would also like to take a turn now to talk about this a little bit. I'm in a Brown Act group together with Councilmember Ramirez and Vice Mayor Matichak. And one of the things that in my experience, I've had some experience with performance auditing from the state auditor and being involved with sort of city civic grand juries, and just and that's a very formal process. But one of the things that I've also seen over the years is just the value of doing continuous improvement. And that's one of the things that I was so pleased about our city manager's attitude when she first joined the organization. She jumped right in and started the continuous improvement with the matrix study. And that's been very valuable. We found out a lot of things in that process that have been helpful and we're still working on. But I think that with continuous improvement, like many other things, that it works better if it's somebody's work plan. If it's just sort of something that everybody is supposed to be thinking about, then oftentimes nobody really does. And so I think the whole idea behind this is just to make sure that there is an individual whose job it is to work on this continuous improvement, and to make sure that little by little by little, things are brought up that the city manager or staff members or the council feel really need to be evaluated. So I think that that's what this would do. And I was really fascinated to find out that there's a whole profession devoted to this, and they have standards, and they have people who work in cities the size of us and people who work in huge cities. But for us, it would be really important to right size it. We don't need the kind of procedure that a large city like San Jose would have. That wouldn't be appropriate for Mountain View. We need to right size it. So I think that's something that starting with one person is probably a good way to do it. The other thing I think is important is when we think about all of the things that our city manager has to do. To me, from my point of view, this would take a little bit of the burden off of the city manager. This is something that's very important to her. She knows needs to be done, but she would be able to delegate this a little more than works in the current system. And I think that might be might be helpful. Then the other thing is, I wanted to say is that if anything like this, it really has to be done in a collaborative fashion or it doesn't work. I was in charge of a project at the Water District about the National Flood Insurance Program, and essentially to qualify for what this program we were working on, which gets a 10% premium reduction for everybody in the county that has flood protection that takes part in the plan. You have to fill out this just incredibly complex form that required information from every department in the water district. And I found that it was really, I didn't have as much luck getting that information as I might have. But then I was assigned an assistant who had worked on this, worked at the water district for many, many years, worked in lots of different areas, was just the kind of person that people wanted to do things for. And so when she called up and said to somebody, you know, I need these 3 pieces of information, and yes, I know it'll take you 5 hours to find it, but please, we need it to do this good thing. They all said, oh, sure, for you, it's fine. And she was just the kind of person that people felt that way about. They'd worked with a long time, they trusted her. So I think that's also the kind of person that we need to do this. We need a real collaborative individual who knows the city of Mountain View and will lead the effort to make sure that the right people get talked to and are willing to take part. So, I really think that getting started on this would be valuable for our organization, and I hope we can do that. So that's me, and then I think it's time to go to Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. Made such a strong case to add something to the plan. I hope I can make a similarly strong case. One of the things that I wanted to look at exploring possibly adding to our work plan, a couple weeks ago, more like it, we got an email from Free Speech for the People, and they talked about having us push forward with a campaign finance reform. Now, Mountain View has a history of leading in many campaign finance reforms from the early 2000s when we adopted a voluntary expenditure limit, which has really been a significant factor in making sure that the spending in campaigns for our city council has not like ballooned to the level that our neighboring cities have. They're spending like $100K now, and it's kind of insane. And then in 2015, we were one of the earlier adopters of a disclosure policy that the state eventually implemented themselves, but not on the municipal level. So we're also we were protected there. And then recently, when state law forced us to look at contribution limits, we adopted those limits too. More recently, the city of San Jose adopted an ordinance that prevents foreign money into municipal elections. And this is through funneling of several different PACs, tracing it through, but creating, essentially adopting a similar ordinance would provide Mountain View a level of protection where we have a number of different protections, but not particularly against this kind of threat to democracy. So I wanted council to possibly consider having us adopt a similar ordinance. San Jose has done significant work on it. I briefly talked to the city attorney mostly about it, and it really is a question of scope, depending on how much work would go into it. If we don't force the city attorney to do completely new analysis and brand new things from scratch, it will be significantly less work to take the work that already pre-exists. It still will be work, but luckily Councilmember Ramirez suggested removing a couple things off the the city attorney's office work. But also, when we look at the really burdened departments in our work plans. It's usually heavily CDD and public works. So I just wanted to bring that forward to see if there was any interest from our council. And I guess I would leave it at that.
Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I'm all for campaign finance reform, especially if we can borrow a great deal of it from San Jose and not reinvent the wheel. And I would support taking off I don't have the numbers of them, but the ones that the items that Councilmember Ramirez recommended taking off, the charter modernization and Muni Code, if it would make room for that. As for the performance auditing, I think I'm not going to be able to support it for during a mid-year status update. I'm feeling like, first, I am not fully understanding the workload and who it would fall under. So when this city attorney was reading from the charter about the auditor, it sounded like it was a financial auditor and not a performance auditor. So maybe I'm wrong and not understanding it enough, but that's another reason I wouldn't want to get into it at this point. Because I certainly wouldn't want my, much as I love and respect people who work in finance, I wouldn't want them I wouldn't want them overseeing my work if I were in, who knows what, Parks and Rec, Community Development, City Manager's Office, whatever. It seems like that would have to be a particular person. I'm a little confused about this because somebody speaking up for it said it had to be someone who knows the city of Mountain View. So I'm not sure, is it somebody who's already employed, somebody we're hiring? I certainly, having worked for cities, wouldn't want somebody to be hired new to tell me all sorts of different things that I had to do. And then, although I'm all for continual improvement, I thought that's what the city manager and the department heads did, that was a part of their job, to continually improve their departments. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, so I would like to hear more about the staff impact on this, if anybody has any answers to that.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So I think I would need to understand really clearly what council's expectations are for a new position. If the majority is interested in a new appointed position, then that would involve likely work with the city attorney's office for an ordinance, who the person would report to, who would supervise the person, who gives them who delegates the work to them, who tells them what their work plan is, the priorities, whether this job is a 40-hour-a-week role, whether they would need staff. Most cities that have city auditors have multiple staff. In larger organizations, often the auditors are appointed or elected. So I think before I could really truly answer that question, I would want to understand what the majority of council wants from this position. If it's a position that would live in the city manager's office or another department that could focus on continuous improvement, then, the workload would be, figuring out the duties and responsibilities of that position. Still, the reporting structure would be similar. Would be interested in knowing if there's specific things that council is referring to. You're correct in that I and the department heads are frequently and continually looking at continuous improvement efforts. There's a number of inroads that we're going to be making in our internal departments, a lot of process changes, things that we're working on with employee engagement. So there is a lot of work underway, not necessarily needed for an outside person to oversee that. But I think I would rather council let staff know kind of what you're interested in order to answer that question best in terms of how much of a workload it would be. It would depend on the kind of position.
Thank you, Jennifer Logue, City Attorney. I think it'd be easier for me to sort of describe big picture, how all of this might impact the City Attorney's office. You know, when I'm fully staffed, I have 6 attorneys, and it's 6 attorneys that serve the entire city. So every single ordinance that's on your work plan, we're involved in. Every single policy we're involved in. So everything that's on the work plan, we're working on it. So when you give me, my department, an ordinance, you're just adding another ordinance to our workload, and there's only 6 of us. So we're working on every ordinance that you're asking. And so it is enormous. And you know, getting to the charter amendment and the municipal code updates was difficult to do simply because of the support that we're providing to all of the other departments. So taking on our own work is already tough. And so I think it would be really helpful to have guidance from council on what you envision. I think there are ways, several ways you could bring on, you know, a performance auditor or whatever you called it. I mean, you could call it something else. You don't have to call it an auditor. But what is this a position that reports to city council, or is this a position that reports to the city manager? It's all going to be, I think the workload's going to be dependent on how you give us some parameters on it. And then I think it is going, probably whatever you do is going to require drafting some kind of ordinance in defining the powers and duties, probably, unless this person directly reports to Kimbra and there's some other defined duties that you want this person to have that Kimbra could oversee. So I think I agree. I need to understand exactly which direction you want to go.
So I'll just finish up my comment. The direction I would or would not, the direction I would not want to go in is somebody who has kind of, I don't know how to phrase it, heavy-handed input into how people are doing their jobs, because frankly, I've quit jobs in the past when that's happened because I feel like there's no creative content to them anymore. I like continual improvement, but I like it to come creatively from the people who are doing the job. So that would be, you know, maybe I haven't heard enough. It doesn't sound very attractive to me, frankly. But if you were, you know, if you were to, and it's not something that I feel like I could add to the work plan right now, personally, because I don't know enough about what it is. But if it were creative, not controlling people, I mean, I trust our employees to continually improve. But if it were, you know, if it gave people, if it weren't controlling people and it weren't, I also want us to be able to do the real world things that we have here, whether it's dark skies, you know, improving the downtown, the kinds of things that people are constantly asking us to do. So I don't want something that's so big, constantly reorganizing, that we're not doing kind of the everyday work of being a city. And I do, frankly, sometimes think we step away from that. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you. So I would start out by saying that this is a mid-year update, and I don't really look at it as a time to add a whole bunch of new items. I'd like to see these items. In the past, we've had the challenge of having too many items and not getting them all completed, and so we went through whittling down, and now then to add back more, it is not really conducive to, I think, what we're trying to achieve and trying to actually complete projects. I'll also say that I actually have gone through a management performance audit process at the Air Quality Management District, and it's been a 2-year process. And it was an enormous undertaking that involved the entire organization. And so this is not just a little small project, frankly. It's a huge endeavor, and I actually don't see us needing a position, a full-time position in a city our size. The Air District is much bigger, and we actually contracted someone to come in, a management audit company to come in, and we had some major issues going on. So I guess what I'm, would ask is, what's the problem we're trying to fix? I see the issues right now, our challenges are, and this affects performance, is, the 77 vacancies. And I think we need to be working on those items instead of bringing someone in to basically, have everyone go through all of their paperwork and everything. It's very disruptive for the work, for folks to get work done, to bring in an auditor to examine everything. And we're short-staffed as it is. I just don't think this is the right time to be doing this. And frankly, I also look at, our projected budget, and we're not doing, our future forecasts are not looking as promising or as positive as we've had. We've had some big surpluses in the last few years, but that doesn't look like it's going to be coming up. So I just hesitate in trying to add even more positions at this time. So, I would say let's fill the positions we have, and that should help with performance. And, I also support what the city manager has been doing, which I essentially look at as essentially doing a performance audit of the, different departments. I know we did CDD. I think you're going to do FASD next. And I think that's actually a more manageable way of doing this. Just pick a department and, go through the audit. And if we have to hire someone to come in and do that, that's fine. But to bring in someone, and this is how I guess I'm hearing what's being proposed is, for the entire organization, it's a huge endeavor. And I just don't think we can achieve that right now.
Well, I would basically kind of agree with what you're saying, because I don't think that's what we have in mind at all. I don't think anybody thinks that we need to do a huge audit of the entire organization. We have had a continuous improvement process, just like you said, with Matrix. That was great. Yes. And we're planning on doing FASD next.
Right.
And I think that it would vary from time to time what area of the city might be evaluated. But to me, this is more of an opportunity to really to make that work just that much more explicit on people's work plans, and to have somebody who helps the consultants connect with the people relative to the projects, and also who, but it wouldn't be, it wouldn't be appropriate here to have a huge management audit. We don't have that problem.
Right.
But no, we don't have that problem. But at the same time, I think that organizing the ongoing work that we have had over the last few years and recognizing that it's something that we want to continue, and saying, well, it would be good to have a person whose job that is to do, and specifically, and that's what they concentrate on, and work with the city manager to determine, what should be analyzed from time to time, because it's a serial thing. You can't do everything at once. You need to, work on, one problem at a time. And some of the things might take a year. Some of them might take a couple of years. But some of them might only take a couple of months. But the other thing that I think this allows for that's helpful for people who are in their jobs is it provides them with some benchmarking. When you hire a consultant to help you with something like this, you get some benchmarking about how do other organizations do it, You know, not just necessarily the Mountain View way, which is often a very good way, but how do some other organizations tackle these same problems? So I think that's more what we're talking about, Councilmember Abikoko. I don't think we're talking about a huge.
I guess I'm getting that from, creating a new position or, what a city auditor position, and that is I think a huge endeavor. I don't see the difference, frankly. I think the city manager is already, from when she came on board, she's started engaging in that. I trust her to continue it. Of course, I won't be here after this year, but I would defer to the city manager and ask her if she needs a city auditor or someone to help her do that. But I feel like we're already engaging in that, and I don't see, especially right now when we have some other major challenges to tackle, adding another work plan. And it is a big work plan item. I just don't think this is the right time, but I would ask the city manager to comment.
So I'm hearing the desire from council to, it sounds like, have more certainty on what continuous improvement efforts are underway. The acknowledgement that it has certainly been a priority of mine and the whole executive team. And I think, coming out of COVID, it gave us a lot of opportunities to look at how to do things differently. How we had maybe some inefficient processes, outdated processes, ways of doing things, really trying to innovate differently. And that is really the mindset that I think is so wonderful about what we have in Mountain View and our employees is a desire to do better and to improve and to really focus on innovation. So I want to at least provide, that clarity and certainty. I think you all know that, and I want to make sure that the public is aware of that too. So if it's the desire to kind of identify things that you all could wrap your head around, certain things that might want to be looked at, perhaps it's actually identifying an item to go under your priority that falls under the organizational strength and good governance. Perhaps that's something, if you're open to it, for staff to kind of talk about and suggest a work plan item or something that's a little more concrete for you. If you're asking me how I feel about a city auditor, I would need to learn more, about it. And it does sound like a big undertaking. But I understand where council's going with this. I understand the desire to evolve and elevate the organization, which is what we're really all trying to do. So I think it's just a matter of, how we get there, how we give you all that certainty, and then let the public know that this is what's happening. So, if the majority of you are okay with staff kind of going back and thinking about what makes sense to add to the work plan and kind of identify something that might be continuous improvement, I think that could work. But the conversation about, an auditor itself, I think is really a policy conversation for council.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Matichak, sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. I was not envisioning this as a huge project. Because the city charter allows for a city auditor, I was thinking, we start small and see how it goes. And it's one person that could potentially, hire folks like the Matrix to do a project. But it's not a large department like some other cities have, especially not from the beginning. I think we need to start small and see how it goes. And I think something the mayor said really resonated with me, and that is, everybody has a lot on their plate. And it is hard to get to continuous improvement when you're so busy just trying to get everything done. but maybe there's a better way to do it. And I think when you get other perspectives, or maybe even the person doing the work says, you know what, if I could change this process, this is how I'd do it. But they don't have time. And so it's getting help for the organization to improve is kind of how I was envisioning it. There certainly is a lot of information about it on this organization's website that I found very interesting and sort of reassuring to know that there is an organization that has a lot of professionals in this role who created the organization, similar to the Organization for City Managers, where they put together best practices, as well as there are standards that performance auditors need to follow if they're a good one. And I would say that would be a requirement. I didn't think we needed an ordinance to do this, but if we do, then that is more work, and I recognize that. But I think I'd be open to staff coming back to us with what might be possible, because continuous improvement is very important to me, and I want to see how we can even do small continuous improvement things as well as the large projects like the Matrix. And so I'd be open to staff taking a look at this and coming back to us with what might be possible. I do have a question about what Councilmember Ramos proposed. I'm not clear. So I know that when I was asking for donations, folks who are not citizens of the U.S. cannot contribute. And I can't remember, is that an FPPC rule? But anyway, some people said to me, well, I'm not a U.S. citizen. And, I know, when you fill out the form, you have to say you are a U.S. citizen. So what foreign contributions were you talking about?
Yeah, so most of this will not be affecting direct donations to candidates. A lot of this will be affecting organizations who do essentially independent expenditures. There has been some analysis in the city of San Jose. They identified a number of different PACs that would have been considered having a significant amount of foreign contributions to essentially raise a red flag. And one of those organizations did do an IE in 2020 in a city council race here.
And so San Jose found a way to regulate foreign contributions to organizations that do independent expenditures.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks, Mayor. So I appreciate the opportunity to share some of my thoughts. First, I think it's really important to thank staff for all their hard work and their commitment to navigating, I would say, the ongoing challenges from the pandemic as we're looking at this year's mid-year budget and work plan implications. I feel like we're still kind of emerging with a lot of question marks and a lot of gray area. And I shared earlier that I do believe this to be one agenda item because our budget and our work plan, they're inextricably intertwined because the items on the work plan have effect on the funding that we have and staff capacity. So for myself, I just want to share that, on a high level, I'm thinking about this about our overall public policy process, and I don't feel that a mid-year, mid-work plan update is a time to make significant item changes or bring forward significant items. I think the discussion I'm hearing, doesn't necessarily fall into sometimes council, we do things to be flexible or there's some emergency circumstances. None of the items I'm hearing tonight, I feel fall into either category where we need to kind of stretch and bend to make them work at a mid-year, mid-plan update. I think we also need to take a step back and recognize that our city is, there's mentioned we have vacancies. We also have had a significant change in our city leadership. With over half of our department heads in change or in transition. And I believe it's really imperative and important to complete the work as planned. Conversations that I have with residents, there was unanimity in the city completing our work plan items that date back to 2019. So I hesitate to ever add without crossing off. And I believe that residents feel those impacts and have asked us to kind of get back to basics and get back to normal. And I want to also share, when I was an ICMA fellow, which is an International City County Management Association local government management fellow, coming out of the Great Recession in 2011, I was part of a performance audit that was led by management partners. Now they're Baker Tilly. And that was due to the ongoing implications that we were seeing 2 years after the Great Recession ended in the city, where there were significant challenges, budget deficits, staff shortages. We in the city of Mountain View have been so fortunate to not be in that situation, where we've been able to use our ARPA funding to create programs that empower our residents, that go back into the community. And I for myself, whether we say we scope it small or large, a performance audit is not necessarily what I am hearing from our residents that they need. They need, as other folks mentioned, a vibrant downtown. They need parks and open space. They need access to city facilities, public safety that's in a building that is safe for them. So I can't support any changes or additions tonight. I think of the items discussed, the only items I would feel comfortable supporting is removal of items. I really also, in good conscience, can't add anything because we haven't had adequate resident input. Receiving a handful of emails about certain topics and some public comment is not the robust process with which we use to add to our work plan items. We go through, we have study sessions, we do community outreach, we do virtual, we do in language, and I feel like that's a disservice to residents if we are not doing that and including them in these decisions. I'm happy to keep some of the items that people brought up in the parking lot for future discussion, which will already be, in a few months because it'll be next year. But tonight is not that night for me unless it's just removal of items. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to belabor the point. I feel like we're coming to a conclusion, but I'll respond to a couple of questions that came up about each of the items. So first, on the campaign finance issue, the city of San Jose used model language from ordinances that have been adopted in other jurisdictions that basically rely on securities, the Securities and Exchange Commission definitions for foreign influenced corporations. And I don't know if you got the letter from, I pulled it up, Free Speech for People, which has been working with the American Center for American Progress. But basically, they have certain thresholds that are based on existing law pertaining to corporate ownership that allow the city to prohibit those qualifying corporations from contributing to, for instance, committees that make independent expenditures in local elections. And it's basically closing a loophole that Citizens United opened up. Citizens United allowed, basically unregulated corporate spending. The letter is very long, and it talks about how that notwithstanding, the Supreme Court was very clear that foreign contributions are not permitted, but it leaves this ambiguity that other jurisdictions are able to regulate about what happens when you have a corporation that has some foreign ownership. So I could send the letter to you if that's helpful. It does a much better job than I ever could, but it's basically, that's the very narrow space that they're operating under. And they give a bunch of examples of corporations that would not be permitted to contribute in local elections, like Uber, for instance, and they talk about the ownership and that kind of thing. And then there was, I think, an important question about the why behind performance auditing. And I feel like, if you don't have a major instance of malfeasance or fraud or anything like that, it could be hard to see the why. And we don't have that in Mountain View. But what I would offer instead is there's a lot of stuff that we don't think about unless somebody is affected by it directly, or it becomes enough of a pressure point that it really becomes a problem. And I don't want to air dirty laundry in the city of Mountain View. I don't think that's productive, but I'll share other examples that were revealed because of performance auditing. In the jurisdiction I work for, we learned that there were a couple $1 million sitting around that were collected from tree replacement in lieu fees that were never spent. So there was a bunch of money sitting somewhere, and that could have been trees that were planted, but they just weren't. The money was just sitting in a reserve. And we also learned about, in the context of undergrounding utilities, the way that public works staff had been keeping track of the utilities was literally colored pencils and pieces of paper, right? It's like, there is technology for this. And I think it's just, as the mayor had said, people are busy. They're slammed with all of the stuff that we're asking them to do. And nobody really has the time or bandwidth to say, I think we need to explore some better options or rethink processes or, consider other technologies. Unless it's somebody's job to do that, the risk is not that there's going to be major problems that are uncovered, but that over time, the processes and procedures become so antiquated, or people forget, we lose institutional memory, that we start to experience things that might work 20 years ago but don't work today. I wonder, will there ever be a member of the council who will ask about shopping cart abatement after I leave? Right? Probably not. And I had learned in asking that we have a fee that we never collected for every shopping cart that we collected. And so now we have a little bit of cost recovery. It's not a huge amount of money, but I'm not too worried about Safeway or Walmart or Target. They could pay the fee, and that way we can benefit from the cost recovery. So it's more about having and we also have to presume that no one person will be here forever. And I really do appreciate that the city manager has prioritized this, but I would ask members of the council who have served longer than I have, was this a priority of a previous city manager? And what happens when a future city manager says, this is not a priority, right? And so having that that function or that idea codified and made clear, and somebody's responsibility guarantees that it will always exist, and that the council will always have oversight over the work plan and make sure that we're looking at the things that if no one's asking, no one's ever going to take the time to look into. Thank you.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll make this my last comment. I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Ramirez. So, having been here my 16 years, we actually have done this. We've done it by department by department, but I remember specifically we looked at Parks and Rec, and there was a situation where we were still using paper when we could be using, frankly, technology to, I forget what it was, record something. I think it was like heritage tree applications. So I think from time to time, when we do see an issue pop up, that it does come up. And so, and that's where I appreciate our current city manager, because I think she's trying to implement a more, a process, a more regular process in doing this. And that's why I just don't think we need another position to be doing this at this time. And again, it's down the road, and maybe next year when you do a new work plan, 2-year work plan, you can bring it up then. But Again, this is mid-year. Let's finish what we have on our work plan for this year, and then you can bring up other items next year. But this is really not the time to be bringing something up, and this is actually a big deal. So, so that's where I stand on this. And the other issue, challenge with this is, you know, we've had the matrix study, but to actually implement the improvements costs money. So we can do all the studies we want, the audits we want, but if we don't have the resources to actually implement, which is really the challenge, then nothing really happens, right? We are trying to gradually make improvements, and I think that's great, but you know, that's the challenge, is that we can't see this transformation right away because we just don't have the finances to be able to do that. So, you know, we already have a couple of departments that we're looking at. Let's, you know, finish those, try to implement as much as we can in those areas. And then if there's some other area, you know, and I'll say with the Air District process, it was, they created a committee. And so, you know, if you want to create an ad hoc of the council to look at areas you want to see studied, I think that's fine. But that would be the process that I would suggest. But again, I think waiting until the new work plan process is really the best time to do this.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I'll see if I can, after having listened to everyone, see if I can come up with a motion that people can support, which would be, I'm kind of inspired by what Councilmember Kamei said, which would be to pass the staff recommended work plan, but then in addition have the city manager come back and report to us on what she might like. I like the idea of continuous improvement, and I like some of the examples that were brought up of things that you found in San Jose that could be done better, money that was lost, et cetera. So if the city manager can bring back to us some suggestions for how she might like to do that, that's where I would prefer to go with this. So would I need to do anything else to make the staff recommendation plus the city manager to report back to us on the direction she would suggest for continuous improvement?
Thank you, council member. So I believe there is one recommendation you just have to read, number 1, which I believe is to accept and file. And then it would be to make whatever recommendation you're making related to the work plan.
So 1 is, oh, it's in the staff report. Okay, so it would be to receive and file the fiscal year 23-24 mid-year budget status report, fiscal years 23 through 25 council work plans, 6-month project update, which is attachment 1 to the council report, and the fiscal year 24-25 preliminary general operating fund forecast, and the council, the fiscal year 23-25 council work plan, and then to hear back from the city manager regarding her recommendations for continuous improvement.
So that's a motion?
It is.
Push the button?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramos, do you want to speak again?
I just, I guess what Councilmember Hicks did kind of answers it, but I just wanted to make sure. So we're not doing like any straw polling when we throw out ideas and then we raise hands. We're actually going to go straight into a motion.
Yeah, this isn't a study session. This is a motion, so it's a motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just want clarity on that.
All right. And Councilmember Ramirez, or?
Well, I have a question. So there were a number of different ideas, and the motion doesn't speak, so I'm curious, does the motion speak to the charter modernization or muni code cleanup? And does it speak to the foreign influence corporate campaign spending item?
No, but I would take, I would take friendly amendments if you like.
Okay, Councilmember Abikoga?
Thank you, Mayor. So I would support removing those two items, the charter, I forget what they were, but I would not support adding anything new at this point. And is the motion to add something, or is it just to?
No, it wasn't to add anything. So if that's a friendly amendment that you'd like me, I would take those off. And then, no, the only thing that was added was that the city manager would come back to us with ideas for continuous improvement, how she would recommend incorporating that.
Okay, I can support that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramos.
I just wanted to throw out possibly adding a friendly amendment about the banning of foreign influence corporations in campaign finance.
Since we've amended it to take those two items out, then I would add that one.
I don't know if that would change
I don't know if
things
the
with
vice
seconders
mayor
and all that stuff.
The vice mayor will not, so we'll have to leave that off.
Okay.
Okay, so.
So it's basically item 1 in your staff report, which was remaining, plus now it's and including the work plan as specified by staff, plus taking off the charter modernization and the muni code, and having the city manager come back to us with her ideas for how we might implement continuous improvement, which could be a jumping off point for something that we add in the future.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any more comments, so then it should be time to vote. All right, well, this passes with 5 yes and 2 no, with Ramirez and Ramos voting no. Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of this item. And I'm looking for my council flow so I can go to that. But this brings us to the end of this item, which brings us to, here we are, to council, staff, and committee reports. So what council, staff, and committee reports do we have? Vice Mayor Mamchek.
Thank you. I attended a meeting of the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority on February 8th, and we discussed, once again, changes to the reserve policy in order to thoughtfully plan for equipment replacement. And in the near future, the executive director of SVRIA will be attending a council meeting to share information on SVRIA and the need to eventually replace and upgrade equipment. And I believe that's our next meeting. Is that right? Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a VTA workshop last week where we talked about zero-emission buses we're replacing because of state mandates. And the interesting thing was that we were looking at electric buses, but staff came with a recommendation to go do a hybrid fleet that will include hydrogen cell buses, mainly to just diversify. So in case electric buses go out for the grid issues or whatnot, there's a backup. So I know there was a segment on one of the news segments, broadcasts about this, and so that is the direction VTA is headed. And then I wanted to also mention that I have just been appointed to the Caltrain board to replace Supervisor Chavez for the rest of this year. So I'm very excited about that. Especially my husband is excited because he's a Caltrain rider. Thanks.
Great. I have a few things to report as well. I've attended a few Silicon Valley clean energy meetings. One was a board meeting, which was primarily a closed session, and then I attended a finance committee meeting yesterday, and I have to say kudos to Councilmember Abikoga for carrying the weight at this organization for so many years. It's really quite technical, but I'm beginning to feel like I'm getting up to speed. and then last Thursday, most of us were at the groundbreaking for the Charities Housing Infill Project on Montecito, and it was delightful to see that groundbreaking, and we understand that there will be about an 18-month construction process, and then we'll get to go to the ribbon cutting. So that's pretty exciting. Last Friday, I attended the National League of Cities Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources meeting. It was just a Zoom, but we're getting set up for our work of putting together policies for the National League of Cities to advocate on related to environmental issues. And it's always fun to connect with people from all over the country who have very, very strong feelings about the importance of sustainability like we do. On Saturday, I had my second chat with Pat, which is the office hours that I'm holding this year. And I would urge people to come and visit. I'm having them the last Saturday of the month at La Boulangère on Castro Street, and it's at 10 a.m. And we always have a very lively discussion. And then another thing I did that really that was fun that I would like to sort of share with the rest of you is that I went on the Mountain View Historical Society's walking tour of downtown and on Sunday. And they've been doing those, I guess, for a year or two, and more than that. Anyway, it was great fun, and I learned that there had been at least 3 sites on Castro Street where the City Hall was before this one. So that was really fun, and I would recommend that. So that concludes my report, and with that, I think we go to the city attorney. City attorney, do you have a report?
There is no closed session report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, with that, we can adjourn the meeting. It is 11:15, and we meet again on March 14th, 19th. When is it? 19th. Yes, it is. I have too many papers. We meet again on March 19th. So take care, everyone. Stay safe.